All right, folks, good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Welcome to the 2025 workshop and the bench pressure challenge. Today is our marquee event, parts and pieces. So this year we switched it up a little bit and added a mystery box to the equation. Our four contestants have picked their mystery boxes, and inside those boxes were some unique stones and custom-made heads to fit them. They got a choice of a yellow gold or white gold version of that head, and now they're at the table and starting to gather their stock, and we have several things up there, stones and heads and trims and wires and sheets, anything that they need to fabricate a unique piece of jewelry. So, Ricky.
Yes, sir.
I'm excited about this one. It's always interesting to see their creativity and what they come up with these unique designs.
Right. I want to ask you a question on this. You said fabricate and use whatever they can. Are they only going to work on a stone and head, or is this going to be a complete piece?
They have a head and a stone.
Okay.
They could do anything they want with it. They could make a pendant. They could make a ring. They could. It's all completely up to them what they're going to make.
Now I understand.
Hey, by the way, our sponsor for this event today is Grow Bay USA.
Okay.
Grow Bay makes great tools. So here are the mystery boxes that we recorded earlier. You can see the custom-made heads and stones. There's a blue topaz. We had an alexandrite. There's a honey quartz. That's a big, long pear shape. So some unique gemstones there that we picked out, and then of course drew custom heads to fit those.
Yeah, I noticed that they were different. I saw an emerald in there.
Right.
Was there a marquee I think I saw?
I'm not sure. No, I don't think we have a marquee in there, but when we get closer to zooming into their work, I'll be able to tell you a little bit more about what those items are. Brandon, can you flip us to the contestants so I can announce who's here? All right, we got Haven Honeycutt from Perry's Diamonds. Is that correct?
Yep.
We have Joel Conrad. I think Joel actually stepped in last minute here. He was in our repair challenge, I believe. We have Alan Harper from Clarksville Jewelers and Carlos Rodriguez from Deluxe. So it looks like, what is Carlos doing right there? He's counting out some stuff there.
Yeah.
So this phase, the guys are trying to figure out, what they're going to do and what direction they're going to take.
Oh, he's thinking of his next move.
So that head that he has right there, I believe might be a halo style head.
Yeah,
that he has right there.
It looks like it in the back. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What you gonna do, Carlos? I love it.
This definitely puts him to the test, huh, Brett?
Well, we don't call it bench pressure for nothing, right?
That's true.
But, luckily, the time that we're going to have for them today is a good time period. We're not going to rush them too badly.
Is Haven drawing something?
Right, so...
I see what he's doing.
I see a few people, utilizing that. They try to sketch out, their ideas.
His own design in his head, yeah. What's Alan doing?
Looks like he's meditating.
Can you zoom in on Alan, Brent? There you go. Yeah, look, he's has it on his finger, trying to figure it out. Is Alan
What
who
part
won
does he
last
have
year?
there? He has that elongated pear shape, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one we were hoping someone would pick because it's a unique gem. I think it's a honey quartz, but it's a long, elongated pear shape, unique stone that's faceted on both the
That's
top and the
interesting.
bottom.
I've never heard of a honey quartz.
Yeah. So he's got it up on his finger. I think he's going to make a ring.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
I agree.
How do we get that? All right, we're back.
Looks like Joel's going for it now. I think he got something in his mind. What's he doing right there?
Looks like he has some stock.
He might be making a ring also, huh? Measuring it with some calipers. Let's see what he's going to do here.
Looks like he's going to phone a friend.
They only have one call.
One call only.
That's right. No, he's going to save his call.
All right.
I think he knows what he's going to do.
All right, so it looks like he has a rectangle shaped piece of stock there. Would imagine that would be a shank, more than likely.
Yeah.
He's having trouble opening that box, man.
And again, Brett, they can use any tool or anything in this atrium in here, in this mall.
Any tool that's in our
Any
show
machine,
floor,
any-
any laser. We have torch benches. We have drawing equipment for pulling down wire, rolling out sheet. Really anything that they can imagine that they could fabricate with.
Okay. As long as somebody else isn't on it.
Well, they're going to get priority over any demos that are going on.
Okay. Look, Haven's doing it again. He's drawing. Smart.
Get that microscope out of the way.
You could tell he designs rings.
Right. You know, I was never good at drawing stuff, you know, but being a jeweler, you're definitely practicing the art.
Very creative. Alan left, so he's on to something. Conrad's still
He might have
dealing
left the
with
building and got
Yeah.
too much
Too much pressure.
pressure on him. Carlos too. Oh, he's at the table.
Oh, so he's picking something.
Well, so far it's been pretty civilized at the table. You know, I've seen competitions before where all four of them are in there picking like vultures. Kind of like these Orange Chef cooking shows. You
Yeah.
know how that works?
Yep. First come, first serve, right?
Right.
So how long is this competition today, Brett?
So they're going to have, we started right around 9:30 this morning, and they have until 4:30 this afternoon.
Okay.
So they could take a lunch if they choose, or they could just keep on working. I guess it would be up to them how far along they're going. We've definitely seen contestants in the past, they bit off a little more than they could chew and didn't finish the project completely. So that is definitely something to consider.
That's not a disqualification, is it? It's just that they just didn't finish, but
Right,
it still
you know,
gets judged, right?
still gets judged.
Okay. I think that's fair. What's the criteria for it? Do you happen to have
Well,
it?
that's a great question, Ricky. I have actually a judge's sheet here of what we're looking for.
Okay.
Creativity and artistic expression is one category. Wearability is another. So it's important that not only is the part beautiful, but it is something that could be worn comfortably and doesn't hurt you when you wear it.
Okay.
Craftsmanship and difficulty level and sellability. So we want to, if it gets too far out crazy, we need to judge it based on if we think it's something that would sell.
Okay. And how many judges are there total?
Right now, I think we have 3 judges. We may add a 4th one into the mix.
Are they from Stuller?
Yeah,
Or
everybody
we got jewelers.
from Stuller.
Okay.
We will leave them unnamed as to protect their identities.
Yeah. Alan's still at the table looking for some parts for his ring, possibly.
Yeah.
Yep, there he is.
I like how Carlos is just chilling.
Relaxing.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good tactic. Just relaxing, thinking about it.
Taking his time, doing it right.
Look at that apron he has. Is that a Stuller 55-year edition apron?
It looks like it.
Very cool. Yeah, Carlos doesn't really have a lot of care at the moment.
Unless another jeweler's on a machine.
Maybe he's waiting his turn to get on the table.
Right. Oh, I see.
There he goes.
I think Alan's calling his one call.
There's Carlos at the table.
Yep, that's what it was.
Wonder what he's looking for.
What do you think he's making?
I don't know yet.
Pendant, maybe?
It's a little early to tell.
Yeah.
As we start getting a little further in, I think we'll be able to identify what they're going for. But if you can see in that case right behind there by that pillar, those are the trophies that we have. So there's 3 categories. You can see on the left-hand side the silver, bench workshop logo. It's the fist with the flex shaft in it.
Yeah, those are
Flex
nice.
shaft. That's all custom made by Stuller. It's cast actually and plated. And then those 3D printed Stuller S's are the Student Challenge trophies. We have a Student Challenge going on at the same time right now. Yesterday was a stone setting challenge. We had quite a few contestants from schools around the area. Texas Institute of Jewelry Technology from Paris, Texas has quite a few students here today and yesterday as well. Today we're challenging them to a sizing. So they have to size a ring down and refinish that part.
Oh, okay.
Got to give it to these students having the bravery to come out here and work with all these people watching them. I don't think I could do it.
What's Haven doing there? Looks like he's prepping. I can't see if it's a file or
It's a buff stick.
It's a buff stick. That's right. Like a 320 grit. He's prepping it down. I'll tell you what, man, that bench pin has saved me numerous times.
Good old bench pins.
Right? Stabilizer. There it is. Looks like he's flattening out.
Looks like he picked a shank there. So obviously he's going to go for making a ring there.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see on the bench there, these burr holders are new items that we have now. They're made from 3D printing. There's quite a few solutions. You can see that circular one in the back with the orange bottom. That is a burr holder that you can index, and it's all labeled as to what size it is. Really a cool device to keep yourself organized on the bench.
Looks like he's using a inside cartridge to do the outside and flush it up.
Yeah, you would have to know what you're doing to make sure
Don't have any
you
waves
don't
and
have
stuff.
any waves.
That's where experience comes in. That's
sir.
right. Let's see what Joel's doing.
He's working on his bench pin.
That's right.
Maybe it got loose in there. He's trying to tighten it down.
Yeah.
Oh, he's trying to take it out.
Oh, he turned it around.
Somebody
Good
put
angle.
it in there backwards.
Oh.
There you go.
This is a challenge. Maybe it was another contestant.
I think it was sabotage.
Yep.
Boy, he's manhandling that microscope.
That's a Leica microscope, isn't it?
It sure is. One of the best scopes for the bench you'll find if you're in the market for moving and upgrading to microscopes. These Leica scopes have great field of view, great focal depth. For working on a bench, they can't be beat.
Looks like he's about to do some prepping.
So what piece does he have there? I can't tell. It looks like an amethyst.
Yeah, it looks like an amethyst.
So it looks like he's also gonna make a ring. I see
Is that a ring shape right there? Yeah.
Well, he's got some wire.
Oh, and maybe he's going to build something up on it.
Is he left-handed? He sure is.
Yeah.
Looks like he had to route that flex shaft around to the other
left-hand
side.
side, yeah.
You have to adapt.
Like I was saying yesterday, Brett, it's one thing whenever you have your bench at home and everything is customized to your liking, and then you come here and then you have to fix it all and figure it out.
Yeah, unfamiliar bench, unfamiliar tools. It's another difficulty, coming in here and competing. Although we do allow you guys to bring your own toolkits in here. If you are thinking about maybe doing one of these challenges down the road, you can bring your own tools into the building. And I would highly recommend that you do that.
Oh, okay. That's nice to know. Looks like Haven's using a file up there. Still working on that shank. Alan's back up. Looks like he walked over to the bender, stock bender.
I wonder if he knows there's one on that back bench too.
How's Carlos doing, Brett?
Can't tell.
Oh, I think he's drawing something or he's marking something.
Oh, he has that twisted wire head. That was a pretty cool design there. No, that's not the twisted wire. That's a halo. So there's a halo around that head. So he's going to be setting some melee up in there. Looks like he's making a frame for that thing. Oh, I see what he's doing. He's going to cut that out.
Oh, I think
he's going to make a ring.
That's right. That's going to hold his head.
So he's going to have to cut that out and then bend it into shape. That's interesting.
That's the sign of a true jeweler right there.
Time to get the saw blade out.
Yeah. Get a number 3, huh? Let's get
Something
it.
big.
Looks like Joe's on the move. He's running around.
Oh, he's running. Oh, that's a student.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Using ultrasonic
To clean his
some
parts.
cleaning. I like to see him running around, man. It's hustle.
There he is.
He's starting his sawing operation.
So on these shanks, I noticed everybody's doing that. There is no requirement for thickness, just...
No requirements. We want them to have freedom to design, make the part unique to them and what they're dreaming up.
As long as the design looks equilaterally.
Right. I mean, we're
shape.
looking for all the aspects of a well-made piece of jewelry. That
Okay.
if you go back to the criteria, all of that comes into play. Wearability.
Haven's still using that cartridge, smoothing out that shank. Joel's still out working on something.
Well, you've cut one side out already, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty quick.
Have you ever broken a saw blade and stuck your finger?
Yeah, that's
a bad day, isn't it?
That's definitely a bad day. Or if you cut burn a prong.
Oh yeah, slip off. Cut burr goes in easy.
Yeah, and it just sits there and
Chews up the meat.
yep. Or a little ball burr. I wonder, is that white gold or yellow gold?
I can't tell.
It looks like
Looks white, but I think it might be yellow.
I wonder if he's going to anneal it.
Well, they're going to have to do some anneal cycles, I'm sure, especially when you're fabricating from a flat sheet.
Yeah, if you know how to use a saw, man. That's how I grew up, using a saw. And I like my files and my saws. Gold market's up to about $3,200
Is
an
it?
ounce. Yeah, there's
It's
about
insane.
$3,000 worth on that bench pin right there. That's nice.
Very
He did a
cool,
good
very
job.
cool. I'm sure he's got a little bit of work to
Oh yeah.
get it symmetrical. And
Cleaning up the edges now. Let's see what Alan Harper's doing. Looks like he's building something over there.
he has the elongated pear, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. Can't tell what he's got there. It's some sort of round ring. I think trying to jump out of his hand, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for you guys out there watching and listening, if you have any questions or comments, please post that in the chat.
We'll do our best to try to answer it.
That's interesting. What has he got right there?
A cupper?
He's got a cut burr working on a twisted wire. Oh, he's working on some kind of trim.
Oh, a little
It's going to go
finding,
in
yeah.
between the gallery there.
Okay. Want to thank Brendan Gary, always helping us out here. Our technical guy that runs all of this. He keeps us
the guy
grounded.
in the media booth.
It's nice that they hire some smart people here.
Yeah.
Haven's on the run again. So you said Grobet is our sponsor?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You've used Grobet tools in the past, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
Great,
I know
great
I have.
people at Grobet. They're actually here. Some representatives are here. So if any of you guys out there have considered coming to a workshop here at Stuller, it's really a great event where we bring you into our facilities. We'll set up like a mini trade show. All kinds of tools and supplies, and doing lots of demos on bench work, which really is a bench haven where you can learn. There's classroom events that we're teaching different things. One that I'm doing a little later is about 3D printing for jewelry, which is digital manufacturing is a big thing for us now. Growing segment, supporting our customization. Highly recommend you come and experience it.
Yeah, Haven's back. I wonder if he's getting some tips right now. He's talking to someone.
Well, it's definitely interactive. The guest here can walk around, look over their shoulder, ask questions.
Yeah, we're at the point where Alan's rounding out his ring with some nylon hammer. Sometimes it's tough getting those little parts in those pliers, huh, Brad?
Yeah, I see what he's doing now. He's got a twisted wire.
Oh, yeah.
It's white gold that he's going to be fitting in between the gallery rails there. That's pretty smart.
Okay. Think he's going to laser it or
Well,
solder it on in there?
I think you could definitely use the laser to tack it in place, or you could use the laser to fix it completely, but
Right.
something like that, I think you still could use a torch and solder it.
Old school.
Yeah, lasers definitely changed the way we make jewelry and repair jewelry. I can't imagine having a jewelry shop without one.
Yep, he's going to go soldering, Brett.
Well, he's got steady hands, huh?
Yeah. No coffee for him this morning, huh?
No.
Let's see, he got it.
Some solder chips.
Got it in his third arm right there. Looks like he's using titanium solder pick. Solder chip, yep.
This is your expertise here, Ricky.
Yeah. See if he's gonna put it in the boric and alcohol.
I think he did already.
Okay. Nice neutral flame.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. I wasn't happy with it.
He's trying to fix the angle to let,
Just trying to get it to drop in.
let gravity hold it.
That's where the laser is handy.
Yeah.
You can tag it, and it'll stay in place while you solder it.
Did you
There it
notice
goes.
if he added flux to it?
I did not.
There you go.
I think everybody uses that same method of heat control.
Yeah.
Moving the torch in and out there. Oh, it doesn't look like it welded.
It's tricky sometimes with all this pressure, and you got the other guys running around, and you're trying to make sure it works. You get flustered, and
Yeah.
you know.
But if it doesn't work, you gotta try again.
He might have thought of the laser. Or he might fit it in there with friction and then go back and solder it. How's Carlos doing?
It's like he's drilling.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, he's gonna put his saw blade through it.
Yeah.
I see what he's doing. He's gonna cut that hole out to drop his head in there.
Doing it in 2D, and then he's gonna bend it around
Right.
in 3D. It's pretty interesting.
Changing out that saw blade, getting it tight, putting that ring in there.
This reminds me of my days cutting out monograms.
Ring he's wearing, it looks like a little 18 karat, huh? 14 karat?
Guess he made that.
Yeah. Oh, look how he has those two designs, Brett.
Yeah, I can't tell if he's following a line or.
It looks like he drew a little design on there.
Interesting.
He scribed it in there. I'll be curious to see what he's going to do. Alan's on the run. Oh, looks like Alan's on the laser right now.
Yeah, that makes sense. Since he was having trouble keeping that trim in place.
Oh, I see him right there.
Oh, that's Alan
Alan.
wasn't the
Yeah.
one soldering it.
Yeah.
It was Joel, that's right. That's some kind of teardrop.
Yeah.
Yin and yang.
That's creative.
Going in close up with Joel.
They're both sawing.
So our contestants are making progress here. A lot of sawing and grinding. Looks like most of them have chosen a ring.
Yeah. He's forming it right now with the snap-on disc. Curious to see his head, what he's going to do. Didn't he have a little finding he was putting in there? Or? Yeah.
Looks like Alan's back on the solder bench. Going into the board.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
There's
Look at
the
it.
big pair.
Look at it. That's the one you liked, huh, Brett?
Yeah, I was real curious to see what they were going to do with that thing.
All four of these jewelers are extremely creative. You could see that. Putting a little Batterns flux on it. See his yellow 1x1 chips over there? His flame is hot.
Did he use any flux? I couldn't tell.
Yeah, he did. He used some Batterns, yellow flux. That's interesting. He's using a really hot flame on it.
Oh, I think it went. I'm not sure what flow that solder is. It must be. It's not easy.
Yeah, it might look like
It might have
medium.
medium or something. There it goes.
Yep. Yeah, easy would have flowed completely through by now. Might be a medium. He's going to have to pull it through capillary action all the way through there.
It's harder to do with a harder solder, but definitely will be stronger
Yeah,
and less likely to pit.
that's right.
If they were really brave, they would fuse it, like I've seen you do.
Yeah, that's a good little technique to have.
Wow, look at Carlos.
That is nice.
He is.
He's getting it. Is that a
Cutting out some interesting.
Is that a barrette file?
Some kind of file. That is cool.
Yeah, Alan's back at it. He's still trying to flow it. Looks like the other three jewelers took off. They're working somewhere else right now. Alan's the only one at the bench right now, Brett. He put it in his pickle, safety pickle right there to take off all the oxidation or anything that's on boric and alcohol, take it off, you know.
Looks like Haven went to the laser welder. All these guys are coming in after a night of eating crawfish.
Look behind Haven. There's a bunch of food back there, huh?
Yeah, that looks good. I'm hungry.
I know.
All right.
What do
Going
we have
into Joel's bench. So he has a triangle-shaped, trillion-shaped head. I see what he's doing there. He's trying to fit that in there.
Snap-on disc right there.
The snap-ons are handy.
Yeah, he's gonna form it. I assume he's gonna laser it into place instead because he has a stone in it. But we'll see how. We'll see what he does.
I would assume you would tack that in place and then solder it. It's a nice thick shank he's making there.
Yeah, very nice. Prepping it down with the 320 grit buff stick.
So this looks like he's going for a two-tone look, huh?
Yep.
White gold shank,
White gold, yeah.
yellow gold head. That's looks rich.
Trying to remember, did he have a citrine?
I think that's
stone?
amethyst.
Amethyst? Okay, he had an
That's an
amethyst.
Carlos is at the solder bench.
Yeah. I wonder if this is where he anneals it.
I think that's what he was doing.
Oh,
I think you're right. All right, I think we're gonna take a break here and play a video for you guys.
A little short break.
We'll be back shortly.
Dorothy, thank you so much for being here and for supporting the Bench Tools
Thank you for
workshop.
having me.
So
It's
you
my
guys
pleasure.
are the sponsor of the Ring Repair Challenge.
Yes.
Grobet USA, right? Can you
Yes.
tell us a little bit about who Grobet is as a company?
So Grobet has been around for over 150 years, and we basically focus on supplying fine precision tools, including files, burrs, saw blades, a lot of all metalworking tools.
That's fantastic. We know you're super important for our bench toolers. How long have you been working with Stuller?
We have been working with Stuller for decades.
Wow, that's so fantastic. And if you had to say it, talking to bench toolers, what are two things that you think are absolutely essential for ring repair?
Flex shafts, burrs, obviously, and torch.
Amazing.
All right, we're back. So we're 1 hour in to this challenge. I think all the contestants have made pretty good progress.
Definitely.
Looks like Haven's still at that laser. I think we're getting a good idea what each contestant is going for with their design. Looks like most everyone is making a ring, which is interesting. No pendants.
Looks like Alan's bending something right there. Or is he prepping? It's hard to tell. No,
It's got a blue rubber wheel, silicone wheel.
yeah. He's fine-tuning it. Cleaning up the solder areas.
I think Alan is going to be done pretty quickly with his project there. I wonder what else he's going to add to that.
Nice and thick too. You saw that shake?
polishing up his joint there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's looking pretty clean, isn't it?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, like you said, maybe he was using the hard solder in there to keep it a lot cleaner and better color match. Looks like Carlos is about to solder something also. They're all kind of running at the same
pace. It
Same
seems like
pace
they're
with their
making
rings.
great
Yeah.
progress. We might be able to let them take a lunch. Right?
Yeah. Picking up his solder. There you go.
It's like all our contestants are very experienced with that torch.
Yeah. I grew up on the Hokey torch,
Yeah.
and those micro torches are really nice also for smaller type items.
I always use the brass one. What is that? A midget torch, as they call that?
I think so. Yeah, I've used those also. I'm partial to my Hokey.
The Hokey
You have your air and your
has
gas
those
and
big,
your- yeah.
big knobs. You can control your flames.
Yeah.
This torch, I think, is called a micro torch.
Yes, sir. You also have different tip sizes.
Right. That makes it convenient. He's got a lot of welds on there.
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing what his shank or how he made his shank. It looks like it's
Yeah,
multiple pieces.
Possibly it touches on 4 sides.
Split shank.
Well, he's
Carlos is
scribing
tracing out
something, yeah.
another design to cut out of a sheet.
What's Alan doing, Brett?
Looks like he's. Is that a stone he has?
That's what I thought too. Wonder if he's gonna
Looks like he might be
Gypsy
looking to set
or-
some stones on that. That would be nice. And how do these guys come up with this in that short period of time?
It's
I'm
quick.
impressed.
He hadn't even started working on the larger stone. He's just probably, like you said, gonna put a stone on the shoulder.
It's like some sort of twisted design there from Carlos.
Yeah. Joel,
Joel just asked if we're doing play-by-play, and yes, sir, we are. We're judging everything that you do. But I have to say, so far, everything has impressed me.
yeah, me too.
These guys know what they're doing.
Joel just used the ultrasonic and the steamer, walking back to his bench. Check it out, Brett. I think he's measuring the, yeah, he's scribing it.
Going in tight on Joel, but looks like he vacated. Brandon, let's go on 3. Let's see what Alan's doing.
Yeah, it looks like he's measuring
I think he's
distance for his stones.
right,
Yeah. He's marking it also.
using that millimeter gauge to do it.
They had extra stones in there? Y'all put some extra
there's-
stones in there? I
There's
didn't know
stones
that.
in there.
Okay.
There's just about anything you could imagine.
Carlos is on his second piece, I think. He's working on. I noticed Haven's filing back.
So he's done with his solder operation. Now he's
I believe so.
doing his rough out.
Yeah. He's prepping his shank right there. Joel is soldering again. Just put some batterns, flux on it. Picking up his solder with some titanium pick right there. Nice little neutral flame.
What's the difference between the titanium pick and the other pick?
In reference to tungsten or titanium, titanium we've been using on just regular 14 karat, all your other carated golds. Tungsten we usually use for platinum.
I got you.
In the old school days, we just use regular stainless. Form it into whatever you need and then use it. I like Joel's design. I like how he cut it out. To
Yeah,
drop
it's
that little
like
head in there. Yeah,
like
it's
a
really
twisted
nice.
shank.
Yeah.
It's gonna fit that. Well,
That's impressive, Brett. You see what he's doing there? See the design in the background? That's nice.
so where's he gonna put that piece on?
Trying to see.
Let's get some different solder.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's easy flow. So he already bent that shape, the first shape he cut out
Yeah.
into a ring.
I'm really puzzled as to what he's going to do with that other part.
flat piece.
Yeah. I don't know if he's going to bend it to form with the ring or if he's going to use it on
It
the
has to be.
head, maybe. Haven prepping. Top of the shank right there. Alan's working.
Looks like Alan's fixing to set some stones down that side.
Yeah, he's
The
drilling,
shank.
huh? What's Alan doing there? You're a master setter.
Well, he's cutting. He marked his spacing, and he's cutting a pilot hole
Right?
to allow his burr to come in and cut that seat. Get those stones seated in there, and then
Oh, I
he's going
see
to probably do. He may be doing bright cut, bead and bright cut, or he might try to do some sort of other set type on there.
I got you. So he's starting his hole right there.
Right. But he's not going through and through. He's kind of countersinking the hole there just enough to get a setting burr in there.
45 or a
Probably
90?
either a
90?
setting burr or 90-degree burr
Okay.
or a ball.
I was thinking of a ball burr too at first, just to open it up, but
There's lots of ways to get there.
Haven prepping all of the shank, even the top part.
You know, look at Carlos. He's going to town on
Oh,
that.
that's right. Let's dial in on. There you go.
Oh,
He's a kneeling, huh?
he's turning red,
Yeah. Dull red. He's
quenching.
yeah.
All right, now what you gonna do?
Let's see what
Kneel.
he's gonna do here. This is
He's
what I'm
kneeling
interested.
so he can
yeah,
bend it.
that's right. Okay.
Coming up on an hour and a half into the competition. I think all the contestants are making great progress.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, I feel sorry for the judges, man. This is some nice stuff they're making.
Yeah, you know, judging is hard, especially when everybody knocks it out the park. But in the end, there must be one winner.
Alan has the trophy from last year, huh?
Does he?
Is that right?
I don't know.
I thought I heard someone say
I
that.
did too.
He's trying to keep his belt, huh?
Retain the belt. It's like Haven is still roughing out using that cartridge.
What's interesting is his shank still looks thick, man.
Yeah.
I like that.
Carlos is hammering there.
I wonder if he's sizing.
He's bending that piece of stock he just annealed
Oh, okay.
around the mantle.
There is no size requirement on any of this?
No,
Just make it look.
It was up to the craftsman's vision to
Gotcha.
make whatever they wanted. The only rule we really had was they had to use the parts in the mystery box.
Gotcha.
It's like Haven's rolling the edge on that, making like a
Comfort fit or? Oh, on the outside.
like a dome on the outside.
Yeah.
As far as sound is concerned, it's still gonna be the same as yesterday.
Carlos using a file right there to prep. Haven's still prepping.
So he's got some pieces coming off of his shank and going out to the edge of the head there.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Looks like Joel took off. Looks like he's going to the back over there. Carlos is prepping. Wonder if Joel's going to solder again. Yep, he's prepping. Carlos is prepping. It's a nice design. Look what he did, Brett.
Yeah, it's like a yin yang. Nice and wide,
Yeah.
big look. Oh, they all like to use those sanding drums.
Sanding drums, yeah. And the snap-ons. You notice that?
Yep. Oh, there's a snap-on right there.
Yeah. Looks like he's prepping those prongs, Brett. Haven is.
Looks like we're about to have a talk on the Inovio Platinum.
Oh, okay.
Inovio is a new platinum alloy. There are several different varieties of platinum. Platinum ruthenium. We'll use platinum cobalt. And now we have a new guy on the block, Inovio. And Inovio has some pretty cool characteristics to it. you've ever polished on platinum, you know it's a tough job. But Inovio polishes more like white gold. It's also much easier to run through a CNC operation. So if we're trying to cut, say, a wedding band on a CNC machine, it mills much easier. It's not gummy. It doesn't tear up your tools.
Well, that's nice. The characteristics are similar to flowing with other ones.
Yep. Platinum is priced really nice right now as compared to gold.
Yeah, that's true. What's Joel doing there? He's cleaning his tool. Yeah, there he is.
He's all over the place, Joel, isn't he?
Yeah. Looks like he's steaming now.
I'll be nervous.
Joel soldering again. Interesting. Was it something he was inlaying, Brett, or is it a part that he's putting on the top? I can't really tell.
It's got to be just another feature he's applying to his shank there, like a trim.
Oh, he's adding it into the top, possibly to
give it a two-tone
a pop. Yeah.
Appearance. So Ricky, out of all four contestants, which one is the most interesting to you at the moment?
Right now, they're all so nice. I'm really impressed by Carlos and his design, but at the same time, I like Harper, the way he's adding those stones in there. That's very creative.
Yeah, he's already in the stone set phase. He's really moving quickly.
Yeah. Additionally, Joel is adding another element to it, to the top, and Haven's been adding different things with the laser. Right. So you're putting me on the spot here, man. That's why I said I would hate to be judging.
Right.
This is really impressive what I'm seeing here. Really experienced jewelers right here.
The competition is still underway. Demos are being done as we speak. We are going to do lunch in just about 30 minutes. We're going to be hanging out for ball one, same place as yesterday. So just want to give you a quick reminder about that. But we are excited to kick off our Platinum Jeopardy featuring Inovio. We actually do have some Inovio grain and some Inovio products over here in the case. We let people look. Definitely go check that out. This is a super special new platinum alloy by PGI. So definitely want to get your hands on that, take a look at that. And without further ado, I will let Kevin and Josh take the reins.
Is he going to try to solder that thing in there freehand?
I know. No, that's some skill. I wonder if he knows there's a crutch tweezer out there that he could probably use to hold that in place, or he could use that laser to tack it in place.
Yeah. Or maybe he's just that good.
Or he's that good. That's right. Let's see what Joel's going to do here. Yeah, I believe he's going to do it freehand. This definitely takes some skill. He's going to do a freehand, Brett.
Wow.
Interesting.
That's impressive.
Yeah. I'm going to have to buy him a beer. That's pretty good.
That's showing his skill there.
Yep.
So this is what we want to talk to you about. We'll review just some of the general benefits and characteristics of platinum, why everyone prefers platinum. While we're doing that, we'll dispel some of the most common myths and misconceptions about metal.
Once he gets that first side, it's over. There it is. He could form that other side to match perfect at that point, take out that gap and just flow it easy. What's interesting is I want to see how he's going to get that head straight.
Yeah. This is where, some of these other tools can help you, like using the laser to tack it and get it straight before you go at it. But you got to respect the method and the skill here.
Yeah. Quenched it right there, checking it out, seeing what adjustments he has to make.
Good old bend method.
Yeah, he might be actually that first solder joint. I've done this before too. I'll get it to a point where it's close but not exactly straight. Then I'll straighten out the other side perfect. Then I'll come back, possibly saw that side or take it off and then redo it.
And that's exactly
to make
what
it match. Yep. Impressive.
It is 30 times more rare than gold. It's a gold differently push on it. It would fill 3 ounces times. You did the same thing with platinum. It only come up to an ankle.
Now that I drink 3 or 4 cups of coffee a day,
I wouldn't be
I'm
able
not
to
as
do that.
steady
No,
as
no,
that
no.
no more.
No, sir. I've always been a bit shaky, but when I let go, it's straight.
That's right.
Yeah.
You ever have parts look straight but feel crooked?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, I know here at Stuller, we get extreme with making sure things are straight and lined up. All right, let's see. Looks like Alan is. Oh, I know what he's doing.
Zoom in on Alan real quick, Brandon. What's he doing right there, Brad?
So he's
Revolver?
cutting little scallops in between the stone.
Nice.
So some people, would call this a fishtail type set type. We also have a method here very similar to that. What's it called? French set. Call it French set. So I would say this is more along the lines of the fish French set type. But he's cutting it all out by hand.
It's a real light metal. Research also tells us that consumers are shocked when they learn that there is no such thing as white gold. Gold only occurs in one color, gold. And has to be mixed with other metals and coated
Joel's still at it, soldering that head in the shank.
Putting in his pickle solution there. Oh, he's adding water to his pickle solution.
All right, burning it up. So it looks like we have a pretty big crowd in front of the benches with this Novio Platinum talk that's going on.
You personally worked with it, right, Brett?
The Novio, yes. Yeah, it's
You
very
like it?
interesting. Yeah. From a polishing standpoint, I think it's definitely a game changer.
I haven't seen Haven in a little while. I wonder
Where'd
if he's
he go?
taking a break or...
He's back on the lasers.
Oh, he's back on the laser. Joel's checking to make sure it's round. Making sure there's no gaps, probably. Looks like Alan's finishing up. Going to be setting soon.
I can appreciate the simplicity of Alan's design, but it's going to be a real unique ring. At the rate that he's going, unless he's going to add more stuff to this design, he might be our first finisher.
Yeah, Haven's still at the laser. Joel, yeah, looks like he's looking at, seeing what he's forming again. I'm extremely impressed by all of these guys. Looks like Joel was forming again, Brett. He's going to add something to it. Haven's back. Carlos is gonna anneal something again. It looks like down there.
That's that same piece he had cut out earlier.
Okay. Gonna quench it. Check out Joel's design there.
Yeah, I like that. I like the look.
That's nice.
After we share all of this information with you,
So you can see Alan now cutting a channel down the center of that stock profile. So he cut the pilot holes, then he cut the scallops. Now he's cutting a channel in between that's going to form his prongs.
So that's how you're going to form your prongs, huh?
I'm not sure if he's going to use a beating tool there or wedge the prongs over and keep them flat.
What's Haven doing over there?
It's like he's on the roller mill.
Yeah.
That's what I like to see. Get out there and start squishing metal.
Is he flattening it out, or is he rolling it through a...
He might be either making wire, or he's rolling out square stock there, or as a flat plate.
It did look flat. Joel's back at it. Wonder if he's going to pull that head off.
Is he trying to take it out again?
I'm about to tell you. It looks like he's pulling on it. No. He's straightening it out like we do our solitaires and stuff like that. By hand, by eye. Yeah, he's gonna have to check after he gets it on front to back, side to side, and top view.
And so evidently he wasn't happy with his alignment.
Right.
Hey Brandon, can you take us to one?
and that is, I think, pretty much really good consumer feedback and retail feedback.
So this thing's starting to take shape.
Yeah.
It's got some complexity in there.
Yeah, I think he's trying to blend in that where they both meet. Make it look flush. See that?
Yeah.
Before we move on to the next part of our session, the front part, let's turn it back and go. Give me just a second to switch to that screen.
Did a good job on that. Look at that. It aligns perfect.
I don't remember what kind of stone that was in his kit. I think it's an Alexandrite.
If any of you are fans of the television show, you know how to do a quick overview. We have
See that little gap right there where they both meet, where he's prepping right there. I wonder if he's going to add a little more gold right there with the laser because he might take a little bit too much off, you know. Right there. That's what I'm talking about. He's probably going to have to add a little bit.
Focusing on that area.
If he doesn't, then he's going to have to take down the shank area a little bit, right, to match. Joel's still working on that head.
Carlos is still sawing.
I like that y'all gave him enough time.
Yeah, you know, in the past we had this a little shorter, but this time we give him, I think, plenty of time to finish.
Which one? The approximate hardness of an opiate platinum on the vector scale. What is 190 hardness vector? This is really important because platinum, ruthenium, which is the most commonly used alloy in the United States, has a hardness vector of about 130.
Check out Carlos, Brett.
He's on a rolling mill.
Yep. He's getting it too. Look at that. He knows what he's doing.
Oh man, I hope that thing don't fall over. We got it screwed down, but he's cranking on it.
Yeah. Little turns, but cranking.
The approximate increase in speed of the opiate platinum CNC production. That is 3 to 4 times. It's actually 2 to 3 times, but frequency there, so we
Alan's been steady, Brett. Steady going at it, little by little. Also, Haven's been doing a lot of prepping on that shank area.
Yeah, I think Alan is probably ahead of schedule on his project.
Yeah.
She's now cutting the seats. There he's pushing a stone in.
It's about 11:20 right now. They got a lot of time.
Yeah, you know, if they don't take a lunch break, they'll have another hour and a half or so. I mean, 4.5 hours or so of time. That's a good bit of time. I think they'll be able to get further.
Look, what's Joel doing?
Joel's still trying to. Oh, what is that? That's
I know. He's gonna anneal the whole thing.
It was pretty thin, huh?
What's he making? A bangle?
I don't know. That's a good question, Ricky.
So back to team one. We're going to get this question. Cure for 300. Cardiac catheterization needles are needed from this question tonight.
I'm interested now to see what Joel's going to do with that. Unless he's going to cut out some little patterns and add it to his ring, maybe.
Joel's ring was the trillion, right? That's interesting. Yeah, he has it right there. He's back on the torch.
Yep.
You're at the 500. This hand fabrication alloy was widely used in the early 1900s.
Carlos is cutting again.
The hardness of the Novio platinum significantly increases this consumer benefit of platinum. What is durability? Correct. Now you're way ahead of everyone. Next. So Novio for 400. The axis of gumminess when filing or drilling an Novio platinum delivers this key benefit.
So I'd like to ask you guys to follow our Stuller Bench Jeweler Instagram. We have a Friday recap video on there. Please follow us.
Hi, I'm Joel from 25K Jewelry. Gonna get schooled by some of these younger kids on how to fix a ring.
You could see the winner Saturday night posted on the Stuller Bench Jeweler Instagram. Oh,
Scan
and
the
also,
QR code.
you can also scan the QR code if you need to check it out. I highly recommend it.
All right, let's see where we're at here.
I think Haven's back on the laser.
Carlos is still sawing.
Joel's coming back. I believe he's on the rolling mill over there. Oh, he was on the rolling mill. Just got back. He's hammering something there. Joel's up again.
I'm very curious to see what he's up to there with that piece of stock.
Looks like he's going back to the assembly bench. Yep. I wonder if he's going to do like a inside
Insert
wall.
or something.
Yeah, like an insert for the inside wall.
That would be interesting.
Enduring the 200. When a fine ring gets scratched, the metal doesn't wear away. It does this instead. What is the form we have? You can probably accept that. What is this place? The satin finish that develops over time.
Haven's still prepping. Joel's still prepping.
15, what is 15? That is correct.
Yeah, Alan's using that inside ring holder with that micro ball. Really a nice tool.
I believe Haven did what we thought he was going to do. He went back to the laser and he added a little more in that area.
Did he?
Yeah.
Bridged the little pinch gap.
Yeah. Check out Joel.
Let's do rare for 500. This country is the second largest producer of flowers. Not Ukraine, but close. What is Russia?
What's Carlos tapping?
I don't know, he's forming something on that block.
I wonder if he had some daps or something to form it, maybe?
Is often compared to this metal, which is more prone to tarnishing. That is palladium, right? That is silver. Silver does tarnish, but platinum usually compared.
Check out Joel.
Many companies, usually when engaged terrain is lighting bands. If you want to light metal, what is the choice that you use?
Drilled a hole right there.
What is light gold? Nobody got that.
What's he doing, Rick?
I don't know. I wonder if he's going to... I was thinking of putting a little melly stone in there. Or is he going to maybe hang something from there?
I don't know.
Like a little jump ring or something? Or
Joel's got us
intrigued
wondering
here.
what's going on.
Secure for 200. The name of the compensating component of a platinum ring.
Well, those sanding drums sure do come in handy, don't they? And they're available in really lots of different grit options.
From
So they're
240 all the way to 2,000,
Yeah, it's like,
2,500. It's amazing.
not aggressive at all.
Carlos is forming something down there.
Right. This can happen when a gold ring is subject to 1/4
You think Joel's going to add a little melly stone in there or something? Or
I don't know. It might be a place where he's going to assemble something there. I think he's got something
to add in there,
that
like
he's
another
gonna
little,
add.
like another little accent.
like another some trim or something that's going to go on there. Was it him that was rolling out the real thin sheet earlier?
I believe so.
The process of repeatedly bending, hammering, or otherwise deforming platinum to increase its hardness or strength. What is work hardly is correct. Right, team 2, you got really close. Team 1 is the winner, but just like
Hey, Brandon, can you show us what Carlos is doing down there? I want to see what he's forming. What's that look like, Brett?
So that's the ring that he had the so he had formed that ring out of a plate. He had cut those teardrop designs out of it. Now that was white gold, it seems, and now he's got some yellow.
Oh, it's a little piece of stock.
So he's gonna put another element in there.
I wonder if that's going to be, well, maybe not, I'm not positive. We have to wait and see what happens on that one. Thank you, Brandon. Oh, look, he's rolling it on top of it itself.
Really? Oh, wow.
I'm really interested to see what he's going to do.
It's almost like a leaf.
It's sort of like he's forming it around and then flattening it.
Very, very odd.
Yeah.
Definitely some metal smithing going on here.
Yeah. How's Joel doing? Oh, it looks like he's polishing now. Looks like he got it straight. He made two of them, Brett. I wonder if he's going to inlay it in his pattern. I believe Haven's back at the laser.
Well, he loves those lasers.
I don't see him.
No.
Actually, he's not at the laser.
Let's go into 3, Brandon, when you get a chance. Looks like Alan's starting to set his stones.
Haven's annealing again.
Looks like Alan is showing one of the guests his project. Carlos is at the assembly bench now with those weird arrow-shaped pieces he made.
Let's see what he's going to make.
Is that another piece of stock there?
Yeah? Adding his flux. Picking up a little more solder to add to it.
JP, okay, wait. He's not here today. JP and Carrie. Carrie is a senior chemo specialist. JP is a junior specialist. They don't write. He writes for all the like homepage banners. JP writes.
He's putting a lot of solder on that.
Yeah. Joel just got finished cleaning his parts back at his bench. I believe Alan's looking for some stones. Carlos is still flowing some solder.
It's like he's filling that little groove with solder.
Oh, okay.
He's about to show us some kind of trick right here, I think.
He must be soldering that gap when he folded it over.
Yeah, that's. Can't quite figure out what is happening.
No room for error, huh, right?
I'd have that so fast in a ball.
Looks like he did the whole piece, huh?
Yeah. I wish we had someone that could go down there with a mic and ask him some questions. Let's go to 3 again, Brandon. I want to see Alan's part. So he's got some what appears to be citrines. Yeah, or sapphires, one of the two. I can't remember what we threw out there. So Ricky, that's right where he's gonna wedge. He's using a wedge to wedge those in between those prongs to set the stem.
Okay.
And this would be very similar to the French set type, but relatively new for Stuller. We have lots of product with it. It's a very pretty set type.
I like that style. Moving that prong over.
All right. Coming up on 11:45. We still have another 4 hours and some change to go.
Carlos is still soldering those two components. It even looks like he's about to start sawing. I was looking for some saw blades right there. I don't see Joel anywhere. Might have gone to the bathroom or somewhere.
Maybe he went and eat some lunch.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it looks like Carlos is still soldering those two components.
All right, folks. Ricky and I will probably take a little break here in a moment. So for now, we're going to show you a video of the crawfish bowl. If you've never had crawfish, come on down to South Louisiana and enjoy this delicacy.
You can get mild or you can get spicy.
I like the spice.
I do too. I pay for it later though. Well, we're back.
We're back, folks. We had some lunch, full bellies, and we're ready to continue.
Find out where we're at.
So it looks like we've progressed on our designs here, our 4 contestants.
Looks like Joel is still soldering. He's going to solder something else up there, Brett.
Yeah, he's added some complexity to that design of his. He added some gold, some yellow gold to the outside of his shank there.
That's interesting. Is that what he's doing right now? Adding more accents, or
he's finishing up? He's sweating them on there.
Oh, okay, I see what he's doing.
There it goes. Well, that's interesting. He's using tweezers instead of a solder pit.
Yeah. Holding it in place and putting it on there. That's a new way to do things.
More ways to do it than one, right?
Yeah, there's always another way. Carlos is rounding off that little tube.
Let's go in on 3 on Alan. Looks like Alan added something to his part. You see that?
Yeah.
Some kind of leaf pattern coming off of the...
that's nice.
And he's got his side stones set. And now he's trying to put that big honey quartz elongated pear into that setting. So this is the make or break on this design, getting that stone set in there. He's got a pretty heavy half bezel on the backside, pretty heavy V-prong in the front, which is going to have to be burnished and hammered in place.
Oh yeah, look at that. He's going to have to cut in more.
I really like his little leaf pattern.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Cutting away on the backside, trying to make some room.
The burr?
It's a round burr.
It's a round burr?
He's using there. Very versatile for those types of operations. He's probably gonna have to cut a little deeper into that front side.
Yeah. What's Haven doing there? Looks like he's got something in a crucible, maybe?
That's interesting. What is that?
Can't tell. What's he doing, Brett?
I'm not quite sure yet.
Okay.
Going to 4. Looks like Carlos is
Laser.
in the laser. Oh, look at this. We're going inside.
That's really nice, Brandon.
Did Brandon do that?
Yep.
How do you get a camera in there?
He's the master.
There you go, folks. Close-up operation of the laser welder. So he's got some, he actually made some tubing from scratch that we saw earlier. And that tubing is going to be a support pillar for his halo head.
He has to be very careful not to hit that tubing too hard with too much voltage, or it'll
Go right through there, won't it?
Yep. Looks like he's doing the other side now. That's interesting.
He's pretty good at that laser, isn't he? Looks like he's using the Oral T Evo.
Yep.
Oh, look, he's got a hole right there.
See if he's
And
gonna
he's
add
out.
Yeah, see if he's going to add some laser wire to it, or if he's just going to solder to cover it. Know what I mean?
Right. Well, it looks like Alan is getting close to getting his center stone in position. He's back in the laser.
Yeah,
with
that's
the
what
wire,
I thought.
yeah.
There it is.
So that's a little trick for you guys. If you get a hole that doesn't close in as you're welding, stick that laser wire in there and it'll help you close it up.
He's still cutting the back. Carlos is forming it. That stone's in there.
It's getting close.
Yeah.
I think he needs to cut a little more out of the front side.
Yeah. I really like that little design he has right there. Takes it to the next level. How's Haven doing?
I'm not sure. I haven't gotten a clear picture of
just
where
got up.
his part is.
Going to the assembly bench. He's coming back. No, he's looks like he's going to draw something.
He's on the roller mill again.
Yeah. Thank you for the shout out, J-Man. good luck, everyone out there. I was saying earlier, man, this is going to be a tough judging.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not a judge.
Carlos is back at it again. Looks like he's soldering 2 parts together.
Look at that.
Yeah. There it is. Add more solder to it.
So again, I believe this piece that Carlos is working on is part of his assembly for holding the head on his design. That's the first time I've seen someone fabricate a tube the way he did.
If you're just coming in right now and you weren't able to see how he fabricated it, you can click on the link and they'll be playing it again in the future and you'll be able to see it. Putting a little more Batterns flux on it. More solder. Check out Joel right here. Yep, Joel. Looks like he's using a snap-on disc to clean it up. Looks like he's prepping right now. What you think about it, Brett?
He's getting close, making his final adjustments there before he begins to burnish and hammer that stone into place. It's giving him a little trouble. That stone's not, you know, it's faceted on both sides. It's a little different. You see that method he's using right there?
Yeah.
What's he doing?
Cleaning it?
Now he's putting some wax in there and he's going to press it in and kind of see where he needs to cut.
Where it lands.
It should mark the wax.
Like a negative?
Yeah.
Okay.
And See him looking?
Yeah.
So now he's gonna dig a little deeper. It's a nice
Take
little
out that spot.
method. Thanks for the shout out there, Evan.
We appreciate you, Evan. Thank you.
Let's cut to one. I'm still curious to see what Haven is working right there. So that's a little pitch block,
Okay.
and it appears that he is trying to form that sheet into something.
To set a stone, maybe, or
I have no idea. So he's hammering down on that side, making a design on the other side. So I'm imagining he's probably going to take and use, he's creating some sort of trim to go into his ring.
think he's going to cut it out and then solder it onto it for it to be a positive bubble?
Right.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay. That's interesting.
Not something that we would see done in our facility, right? These guys definitely are experienced in many other facets of manufacturing, fabricating.
Yeah. Looks like he's doing it again, Brett. Alan's putting that wax in there.
And he's having a little hard time getting that stone to get in position, and that's what he's doing with that wax,
Yeah.
trying to see where.
That's a nice little method right there. Cool little technique. Looks like it's fitting okay, but for some reason I'm thinking it might need a little bit
quite
more. off
happy
the
with
top.
it. Yeah, I think he wants it a little lower.
I got you.
See those little spots?
Yeah. That's a nice little trick right there. Very nice. You've done your share of that?
I've had my share of stones that gave me trouble.
Deep-bellied stones?
Deep-bellied stones, the worst.
Carlos is at the laser. Look, he's filling that little gap right there.
Yeah, you see how that wire balled up on the top there?
Yeah. It looks like the
It's better if you
inside's-
just clip that off and then start over. Yep, that's what he did.
Looks like
Just
the
trying to-
inside's wet.
Might be why it's deflecting. See how it's
Yeah.
deflecting?
You saw it
It's getting
in that
close.
close up? Yeah.
Oh, it opened up. You saw that?
Yeah. A little too much power on it. There you
Good
go.
job. Good job. Close up.
Open that beam.
See right here, you can.
We're praying for him right now. There it is.
All right, Carlos.
Yeah, it looks like Alan's on the tail end of that stone. Carlos is running back to his bench.
How much time do we have left here, Ricky? It's almost 1 o'clock. So 3 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah,
Still a lot of time.
yeah.
But now you can see the end coming, so
Yeah.
a little bit of stress might be creeping in.
Oh, look. Look what Joel's doing there.
Is that a stone? There's still a hole. See that yellow gold edge that he put on it?
Yeah. Is he putting a satin finish? Looks like a little satin finish, huh?
Yeah, on his fingernails. Well, folks, you know, jewelers don't have pretty hands.
Part of the prize should be a pedicure or manicure.
Right.
I know I could use one.
Mm-hmm. All right, looks like Alan is polishing the inside of his setting. So this is nice to see. When you spend a little extra time making sure that, you know, all the metal that is around your center stone is brightly polished, your piece will look much better as those light reflections are coming around and bouncing off those edges like a mirror. And a lot of times we get in a hurry, we don't do those polishing exercises, and that dull metal shows through.
Looks like he's using a little inside brush to polish it up there.
Yeah, so he's getting close. And now
He's gonna hammer. What's he gonna
is
do?
when we have to say some prayers to the stone gods.
What's he gonna hammer it with? Or is he gonna
I think
chase
he's
it or
probably
what?
going to use the GRS system to hammer set the backside there. He's going to do a final clean on it. He's
Putting
right
it in
here.
the Sonic right there.
Hey, Alan. It's looking good, man.
Very nice.
You're looking good.
Nice work. steaming. Look what Carlos got going on there. Isn't that something?
What?
He's gonna make it wrap around the outer part.
You know what that piece reminds me of right now is a Sputnik satellite.
The Russian one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, he's on his way to the solder bench. Nope, he's going to the laser.
Laser again.
Get
yeah.
ready, Brandon. Looks like he's getting some assistance from Alessandro from Ortigue and out of Italy in the lovely city of Verona. Well, Ortigue products are fantastic.
It's coming back. What's Haven working on?
Is that his piece that he just...
Oh, I think
it
he's...
is. So what he did was he used that little pitch bowl and he used the
made it a
hammer
positive.
to create...
Yeah, made the impression. Right on.
That's some
ingenious.
old
That's
school
really nice.
methods right there.
Nice job, Haven.
It's like Alessandro's assisting with some power settings.
He's gonna fill all of that right there.
Looks a little
Cover
hot.
that up.
Looks
Yeah.
a little hot.
Too much voltage, huh?
Right. Looks like he's tacking everything in position.
Unless he's gonna go back and solder.
I bet you he goes back to solder it.
Oh wow, look what Joel's doing.
So
That's
now
impressive.
he's coming in with his trim. Remember he tried to put that in first.
Right? Carlos is back. Looks like he's going to solder it. That's interesting. Alan's still trying to fit that stone in there. Yeah, Joel's probably going to wrap that around. Looks like Haven's cutting into a little piece of metal, making a leaf pattern probably. Yeah. I believe that's what he's doing. Holding it with his pliers. Making a design. Another leaf pattern. Looks like Haven was making another leaf pattern.
There's Alan. He's starting the hammering operation.
Yeah.
So this is where you cross your fingers and pray to the stone gods. He's steady.
Yeah. I noticed he's going pretty far on the backside to make sure he doesn't hit any of those facets. Rolling it over.
Yep.
Rolling it over. Very nice. You've done a few of those, huh?
And I've done my share. Oh, still loose. You saw that?
Yeah, I saw it. You can't put no super glue in there?
You could, but that's illegal.
Oh, okay. You catch that?
Yeah.
With them eagle eyes of yours?
We don't allow that over here.
All right. We do it right.
Yes, sir. Oh, it's getting close. So, Alan's being very smart with this. He's going to squeeze that just so slightly on the tip to
hold it in by friction.
Right. I mean, it's got an undercut there, so it's not coming out the front. Just trying to get it to its final tightness. And Alan's almost done.
I saw earlier Haven was making some leaves.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
His design is pretty.
Joel's about to go back to his bench right now. Looks like Alan's at the point where he's going to be washing, cleaning it up in the Sonic and then steaming it again. So much stuff in here to pick out of. Got someone else checking his work just to see what he thinks. Giving him some advice. Carlos is flowing again. Carlos likes that torch, huh?
Yep.
Looks like Joel put a little divot in his flat rubber wheel to take out some specific.
Well, that's cool.
Look at Joel.
He's getting close to
Yeah, he's putting in that little
fitting
twist.
that little twist wire. That's going to give it a nice look.
Yeah. Is Alan going to go in there after with a graver, maybe?
Yeah,
Touch it up
probably,
a little bit? And then
go with
polish?
a graver, and then I think he's on polishing after that. So he's getting close, unless he decides to add any more elements. But I think, I think he's good if he finishes that one up as is.
Can you zoom in on Alan real quick?
I think that's as close as we would get.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, he did zoom in. Look at him.
I knew he could.
He's being smart right here. He's using a burnished tool to dress the inside.
Nice. Okay.
Because sometimes a graver can chip the stone.
He's giving it a good once over to make sure everything's tight.
I tell you what, I really like what he's done with that. I was hoping somebody picked that stone. But look what Haven's doing. He's applying some texture to his little component there.
Yeah, I was calling it a leaf. It looks like a leaf.
That's what it appears to be.
I thought he was going to dap it and give it a little, like a little concave.
Cutting the veins in.
Yeah.
So this is where, you know, if you get too ambitious,
Yeah.
and you get too much on your plate, and then you don't have enough time to finish it. But you're going to see the pace start to pick up here as well. Start to wind down.
How much longer do they have?
So they're going to have till 4:30.
Okay. So
About
about another
116.
3 hours and 20 something minutes.
Still a
3
lot
hours
of time.
15,
Still
yeah.
a lot of time.
Like you said, I think Alan will be finished within the hour. Unless he adds more to it.
Right.
Look at Carlos.
Carlos with the Sputnik. Well, Mr. Ricky, I'm going to break off now. I'm going to go present 3D printing for jewelry.
Okay. I'll
And
take over.
I will be returning for the close and look forward to seeing all these projects completed.
No problem.
Catch you later.
Yeah, Haven's using a little prepping technique there. I think he's forming those leaves. Be interesting to see him put those leaves on there. I'm not sure if he's going to laser them or if he's going to solder them. Looks like Joel's up again, walking around. Look like he's about to put his parts in the Sonic and steam them, clean them off. Looking good, Joel.
Simple. That simple's okay.
Carlos, he's at the laser right now, still lasering. Some wire in the little hole right there. Looks like it got a little bigger on him. There you go. Alan's at the prepping phase with a little snap-on disc right there, taking off the edges. Haven's prepping also. Looks like those little leaves. There's a little hole Carlos is working on, the laser. Gonna have to fill that gap right there too. Gap might be a little too big to fill for Carlos. Alan's still prepping the edge. Haven's prepping his leaf. Looking really nice. Carlos is back up. The laser. Got a lot of hustle and bustle in here. Alan's prepping it flat. There you go. Putting that little angle on it.
The ball's really nice.
Nice work. Yeah, it looks like Haven's still prepping out those leaves. I'm really curious to see Carlos and how his work is coming out. Looks like he's going to form them over. Yeah. Using a snap-on disc. We use those to prep. Just prepping the little tubes that he formed. I assume he's going to form them over into his pattern. Could you zoom in to Joel real quick? It looks like he's working on that little twist wire. Yeah. Cleaning it up with a little ball burr right there. We'll be able to tell. I'm not positive if he's running it all the way around or in just the back of it. Cleaning it up with a little blue rubber wheel. Those are nice to use to polish and clean up. Turns it to the side, we'll be able to see if they're hollow or not. Yeah, they look hollow from here. So it's only in the back. Not sure where Haven is anymore. I kind of lost him. He's not forming. Maybe he's. Oh, it might be forming. Bending something. Yeah, that pattern looks really nice in the back on Joel's ring. What's interesting is most of them went with a ring. I figured they would have a couple of different items out here, but everybody seemed to have wanted to go with a ring. Looks like Haven's back on the laser. Carlos prepping down there. Looks like this whole thing is getting a little more intense. They're getting faster. I could tell their pace is a little faster. 3 hours left to the competition. Looks like Haven's still, I think he's at the laser. Yeah. He's probably going to weld those two parts together right there. Fill them, fill the gaps. Looks like Alan is measuring something down there on that ring that he's working on. Haven's back at it on the laser. Looks Looks like Carlos is forming something again, or bending those tubes over. Yep, there it is. You could see Carlos is forming those tubes over. Very, very impressive. Very nice. Gonna put the head inside. Not sure if he's gonna laser it or if he's gonna solder it in there. Haven's still lasering. Alan is notching something on there. Looks like he crisscrossed the little tubes, Carlos did. Very nice. All of these guys are impressed me. This is really nice work from all of them. Looks like Haven's put the needle nose pliers in there as a heat sink. Good little technique. Haven's still filling up those gaps. Yeah, I think Joel, that little hole that he drilled in there is going to be for a stone. That's exactly what it was. Carlos is still forming those tubes around. It's a little tricky if you put too much pressure on those tubes, they'll bend on you, so got to be very careful with that. I like Haven's technique, how he's doing that. Good little trick to use your pliers for a heat sink. Looks like Alan is on the tail end right here. Setting some more. Yeah, he might be setting some more stones. Interesting. Carlos taking his time, forming that tube around. Haven adding more laser, wire, and tacking. Looks like he might be putting those leaves on. Joe looks like he's cleaning up a little bit in there, moving some metal around. Carlos is walking around. He's cleaning his parts right now. Back at the steamer. Headed back to his bench. Haven's filling up that gap with that laser. He's been adding those leaves on his ring, tacking them on. Looks like Alan's going to be adding more stones to the front of the ring. Is Carlos and Haven on lasers right now? They're both on there. both lasering right now. Looks like Alan is looking for a specific burr, ball burr, or drill bit. Might be a little cone burr right there. No, it's a little ball burr. My eyesight's not so good anymore. Putting his thumb on that burr to stabilize it. Both Haven and Carlos are still at the lasers. Haven's still lasering his leaves. Looked like Joel was hammering something earlier. Looks like he might be prepping. I can tell from here. I think he might be cleaning up the inside of the bearing maybe. He still needs to set a stone. Joel does. He's still got quite a bit of time. So they keep a steady pace. They'll be doing great. Looks like Carlos is still at the laser. Haven's back at his bench. Oh, looks like Joel's looking at Haven's piece right now. They might be helping each other out. Giving each other some advice.
That's just the work.
Looks like Carlos is working back on his piece, spinning those parts around, getting them exactly like he wants them. Looks like Joel's marking up his piece. He might be setting something in there. Haven's cleaning his piece right there. He's about to go to the Sonic. I'm sorry, the steamer. Gonna clean it off real quick. Haven works for Perry's Diamonds. Looks like Joel is trying to fit a stone in there. That's interesting. Nice change. Nice. I like that. Looks like Haven's back at the laser. Carlos. Close up of Carlos there in action. Alan's doing a little more cutting on there. Carlos lasering again. working diligently right there on his piece. I lost Haven. Oh, I see. He's at the other bench in the back. Carlos headed back. Haven got some tricks up his sleeve. He's not letting us see what he's doing. Carlos back at it at the laser. Joel working diligently. Looks like Alan's cutting some specific lines in there. There it is, using a little ball burr. We'll soon see what he's going to do. Possibly putting 3 small stones in there, belly stones. Same with Joel. Looks like Joel's setting those stones in there too. It's a nice little touch from Joel. Measuring the stones right now. Carlos lasering. Evan doing a little bit of prep work on his piece right now. Yeah, Haven's prepping his piece again. Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that. He overlapped the, those were leaves into one another. He's doing his prep work right now. Very nice, Haven. Excellent work. Beautiful. These guys are all talented in what they do. Joel's still working on his setting. Alan working on his setting. Carlos back at the bench. Looks like Carlos is touching up his piece right now, doing a little prep work before he sets the stones. Cleaning up his piece. Wonderful job. Beautiful. Looks like Joel is doing a little gypsy set. Pushing the stone inside. Gonna burnish around that stone after. Little gypsy set. A lot of work right there. Haven's starting to prep again.
Also means you have 2.5 hours left to get stickers for the expedition to get a chance to win that really, really nice bench over there. So you have got your stickers, you got a couple left, you definitely got some people around that can do the demonstration for you, teach you the things you need to learn to earn your stickers, and get you a chance to win that bench.
Joel's moving all that. I'm sorry, Carlos is moving all those items out of his way. Looks like he's bringing down his microscope to be able to see better.
And speaking of stickers, two of the spots you'll notice is Buddha. We are
Joel's still working on his setting.
There are stickers available for that as well. There's also
Looks like Joel's running a little bit of sandpaper on there. Haven's back on the laser. Tacking those leaves back in, having them more secure. Haven's lasering them in. Really nice design. Joel gypsy setting. Looks like Carlos is starting to about to set his stones. Still got a lot of time. Carlos cleaning up the bearings. Looks like Alan's drilling out. Looks like he might be going all the way around. That's going to look beautiful also. Haven still lasering. Looks like Joel's working on some wire. There we go. Still gypsy setting. Trying to burnish it. Looks like Carlos is counting his bearings. See how many stones he needs. Looks like Haven's back at his desk. Carlos cleaning out his bearings. Joel's still gypsy setting. Carlos is still cleaning up his bearings. Get ready for setting. Looks like Joe is measuring. Haven headed back to his desk. Just finished cleaning his piece. No, he looks like he's going back to the assembly bench. Looks like Haven's about to braze something. Picking up his solder, his pick. Soldering the piece now. Looks like Joel is working through some gypsy set right there. Looking really nice, Joel. Shortly we'll be looking at Alan. He's going to be setting a lot. Looks like he's adding some to the back end. By the way it looks like he might be adding setting to the back and the front. I'm not sure if he's going to do any on the side, but I've noticed he did some on the back and the front. Using a ball burr to clean it up right there. It's going to be a good amount of stones back there. Very nice. Straight. Putting that thumb to hold it into place so it doesn't jump. Haven's still working on the soldering part. Joe is on the tail end of his gypsy setting, looks like. See the winners Saturday night, posted on Stuller Bench Jeweler on Instagram. Tonight. Definitely scan that QR code so you can see all the winners Saturday night. Joel still working. Looks like he's cleaning up the gypsy set area. Carlos cleaning up his bearings for setting. Looks like Haven's prepping again. Yeah. Looks like he's fixed those angles that we were talking about earlier to get them to match his shank. Alan still needs to set his stones in the back and the front of his mounting. Joel doing a little bit of prep work. Carlos Rodriguez still prepping his bearings.
Hey, Ricky.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, this is Brandon. I'm normally behind the camera, but I'll sit in for Brett for a little while to kind of keep you company.
All right. What's Haven doing over here?
Sure. Oh, look at all those stones and stuff.
Oh. Some sapphires, maybe?
Yeah, I'm not real sure.
Or some blue topaz. Joel's still gypsy setting over there.
Yeah. These pieces are looking great.
Beautiful. Artisans.
For sure.
Alan is still cleaning up his area there to get ready to set his melly stones, probably.
What's Joel doing there where he's wiggling that?
It's called gypsy set. He's burnishing right now. And he's getting the, moving the metal over the facets to hold the stone.
All right.
He's starting to set. Carlos is starting to set there.
Oh, yeah. He's got a lot to set, but they still have a lot of time.
Yeah.
What's that?
It's 2:15 right now, so they got till what time?
Till 4:30?
4:30.
So an hour and 45 minutes?
Yep, something like that.
My math could be wrong.
I'm glad I'm not a judge. I'll tell you that much.
I know. These are going to look really nice.
Yep.
These guys are all really good.
Looks like they figured out their timing too. How long everything's going to take so that they'll be done
Yeah.
by the time it finishes.
Well, it would be easy to, finish early. Like Alan probably didn't have to set some of those stones, and it would have still been really nice. But I think
He's taking it to the next level, adding some extra flair to it.
yeah.
True. Looks like Joel was prepping the buff stick.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I wonder if he's going to add another stone to the other side.
I'm not sure. He didn't drill it out, so
Yeah. Well, he drilled out. Well, did he have two holes on that side before? Or did he? I can't remember now. I'd have done it when we went to lunch.
True. I know he had one drilled out. That might have been the other side.
What's he doing there?
Oh, he's just cleaning it up
Oh, okay.
in the little corners to make it meet really tight. Yeah, he's cutting it in, making it super tight with the little barrette file right there.
Let me go refocus Haven's camera
Okay.
so we can see a little bit better. I'll be right back.
You got it. Yeah, that looks nice. That looks good, Brandon. That looks good.
This is a real neat piece. Those leaves.
Yeah, he overlapped them,
Yeah.
and the detail is really nice on it.
I don't know if I'm being real basic here, but it makes me think of Lord of the Rings. But I like that.
Yeah. It's really nice. All of these are really nice and unique in their own way.
Yeah. Well, I love the addition this year of the mystery box.
Yeah, that's true.
I think that they all had to think a little bit more because
Yeah,
it wasn't just a wide open playing field. They had to
right.
fit within.
The constraints, but still they had options to pick different items.
Yeah. Well, they still get to put themselves into it.
Yeah,
And for me, when I'm being creative, I'm my most creative when I have a little bit of like, well, you have to do this, but it has to fit within these parameters.
a little wiggle room, but still fall within a parameter. Right on.
Right.
That is definitely a challenge.
Because then you're problem solving.
Yeah. Extremely talented, all of them.
It's crazy to think that just a few hours ago, all of this was just some little pieces.
Raw metal.
Yeah.
Right on. And I was thinking earlier, it's interesting that all of them wanted to do a ring
Yeah.
instead of like a pendant or something.
Yeah.
I guess also they wanted to show their artistry and what they can do.
Yeah. Oh, Allen's would have been a pendant very easy. That's a stone that to me you look at and well, I'm not a jeweler, but you jump right in and you think, oh yeah, that would make a good pendant, like a teardrop type thing or something. But
Right.
He saw something different. I think it's great what he went with.
You could see subtle differences of all of their work.
Yeah. Oh, and then Carlos making those little tubes. We were
Yeah.
all like, what is he doing?
Yeah, that was impressive. Very impressive.
I'm very excited to see what that looks like in its finished state. It looks really cool right now, but once it's where he wants it, I think that'll be something to see.
Yeah, looks like Joel's cleaning the inside of the head and the outside and getting it ready to be set.
Oh, so he's gonna start setting.
Yeah,
Now what's that Haven's got there where he's
that is a inside cartridge. That's like a 320, and what it does is it preps. You could get different varieties. You could go from 240, 320, 600, 800, 1,000, all the way to 2,500, I believe, in increments.
so it's like sandpaper.
Yeah, that's all it is. And once it gets a little where it doesn't work anymore, you just tear it off, and you'll have extra. So it's sandpaper that's wrapped up. And what he's doing is he's running it around and he's prepping it to be smooth all the way around, making everything look equilateral.
Wish I had a high-speed camera to show that working. I'm the camera guy, so that's
You
the
should
thing
get
I'm thinking
one.
about. Yeah.
We'll talk to Matt.
Yeah. Well, we've talked about renting one just to see
yeah.
what little things do.
I saw him around here a little while ago.
They're not that cheap.
Yeah.
But maybe we could rent one day.
Yeah.
And get a good look at it.
We'll get a loaner.
Yeah.
I could probably get Brett to get one for us through R&D as a test.
Oh, yeah. But we got to see what it's doing. We got to see what it's
Right,
doing.
right. Using an MM wheel, Haven is right now. Looks like he's in the polishing phase of cleaning up the inside of all of that intricate work.
What's the difference between that wheel and the other wheel? I'm sure a lot of jewelers out there already know this stuff, but...
Yeah, the other wheel was more of a prepping wheel.
Okay.
Although you do have increments you can go to all the way to 2,000. So it just depends on what type of finish you want. At this point, he's using an MM wheel where you put a little bit of rouge on it, and then you're able to go in and polish. This is more of a polishing wheel right here versus something you're prepping and getting to a fine state, prepared to use an MM wheel.
Gotcha.
To give it a nice luster.
I know you've been over this a little bit already, Ricky, but how long have you been at Stuller?
36, 37 years, yeah.
Dang. You know what you're talking about.
I know some.
You know enough, I think, to be able to talk about what they're doing, which is pretty great. It's very cool to see this. This is a very cool event. I mean, I know I might be a little biased because I work here and I'm,
you do an amazing job, Brandon. All of the setup you have here, all of the tight shots that you've done here, it is amazing.
I just want to show off what everybody's doing. I think it's such a cool thing, and to see these people really competing and putting it all out there, it's really cool.
Yeah, look, Joel's using one also now.
Oh, okay.
He's at the a little bit of polishing right there, getting it ready. A lot of times what you want to do is you want to polish the inside of the bearing, like Joel's doing and Haven was doing. And what that does is it gives it a nice luster. So whenever you put that stone in there, of course you got to clean it. You put the stone in there, and because it's shiny, the way the light refracts on that stone, hits the facets, and it gives it a lot of brilliance.
See, that's something before I worked here I never thought about. And but yeah, it's those little things that make the stones pop. It's very cool. You can even see it's shiny already in that camera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's many different ways to make something shine. Like on the inside, we also have electro polish units that we have at Stuller that we run different types of product through. That gets on the inside if you're not going to do it manual, by hand, or with a machine.
And what's Joel got there? He's got like a special kind of...
Yeah, what that is right there is just a flat rubber wheel, and what he's done is he's customized it, and he probably used it like a little ball burr to give it that little divot, and he's running it across to keep that shape. Sounds like I've done this before, huh? I guess, to your point, I have done it a long time, so it's just basic to me.
Right, yeah.
And, but I can see that you're making me say it. You're pulling it out of me.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know it, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
It's a cool thing to watch.
Yeah, and Carlos right here, he's adding his smelly stones in each one of his...
Can you tell how many he's set? It's hard to tell from the camera angle if there's a bunch or if there's only a few.
Probably around 36 stones, if I was to guess.
Well,
I counted 8 on one side, so...
He's got a little over 2 hours left.
Oh, yeah.
So, good.
That doesn't take long at all, maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
Now on Allen's, he's got that little leaf right there. We weren't here when you put it on there, but
He used a graver to do that.
he made that himself.
Yeah.
Oh,
It looks hard, but once you start doing it for a little while, you learn, and it's hand control, eye control, and you use your GRS ball, and you're able to run that graver and make the design that you want.
yeah. We've got some people here.
Not to take anything away from Alan, it's beautiful though.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
No.
Sam Alfano.
Sam Alfano. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's here.
Master. He's the master.
He's incredible to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah. You really have to. He comes to pretty much all of these. I don't think. Maybe there was one he couldn't make it to, but yeah, I've always
here.
I've always been excited to see his booth and watch him work because it's incredible.
Yeah, there's so much to learn and see here. Just in that area, he's doing engraving,
Yeah.
right? Engraver. And we have casting. We just did a little bit of casting a little while ago, right?
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah. And then there's Jason Chandler right there, metal drawing and forming.
Yeah, I can't remember what school he's from, but he comes every year and he always puts on a really cool show, really informative. A lot of, well, I know that there's fire, and so it draws a big crowd.
Fire is always awesome, huh? And then they also have all of the different classes that you can take and,
Right.
and review.
Brett's teaching one right now about 3D printing.
3D printing, yeah, I believe so. All of the different vendors that are here, from lasers to Grow Base sponsoring this, and different things that you can see. It's really amazing.
If you're a bench jeweler, I mean, this is amazing.
Yeah, this is the place to be, to look at it. If you're just starting out, you can learn so much from a lot of these different people. They're here to help. When we give our tours, I like bringing people that are new. I brought a customer, Seth, yesterday, all around the company, from stone setting to our traditional manufacturing team, and showed him different tools of what he would need for his bench setup.
I mean, there's a little bit of everything here. It's really cool. I always, so we got a team of a couple of guys here on our video team, and I always tell them, imagine if somebody took you and said, we're going to teach you everything you want to know about cameras. We're going to show you all the cool camera stuff you want to see, all the lenses and lights. That's what this is. So
that's killer.
Just to put it into perspective, you know. And yeah, I wish somebody would do that for me. But yeah, it's a cool company to work for.
This is the UFC of jewelry.
Yeah. Well, these guys are battling it out, that's for sure.
Yeah, look. For example, it looks like Joel was using a silicone rubber wheel, a knife edge, to clean it up. Carlos is still using. He's setting his stones in there right now. Looks like Alan is looking over his piece just to validate that it's nice and symmetrical. Not sure where Haven is. Is that the laser?
Haven's right here.
Oh,
cleaning.
Haven's fraternizing, huh? He has a little bit of time.
Well, that's another thing that people do love to do here. Not only are there a bunch of deals on our tools in the tools room, used tools and stuff like that, but the networking and the, just meeting people who you aren't, well, these four are competing with each other, but there's still a lot of camaraderie. Like you've seen them showing.
I noticed that. A couple of them were helping each other out, talking to each other, giving each other advice, even though they're
head to head.
They're battling each other.
Yeah, they don't want to. I think they each want to see each other succeed.
Succeed, right on. That's interesting. Joel is actually using some rouge, some Oris rouge.
Okay.
And that rouge right there, I recommend. It's really nice. That Oris does a little cut and it has a little polish. And then
that's the orange one or the red one?
The orange one. And then the red one is more of a polish.
So
it's oil based.
So when you say it cuts, it removes a little bit?
There's a little bit of aluminum oxide in it, and that's kind of like rust, aluminum oxide,
Okay.
and it's like sandpaper. And they instead it's like a 30,000. There's a 20,000, 30,000 grit, and then you put that inside of it, and then what they do is they form it like candles,
Okay.
and then you're able to use it, and that's what it is. So that one there cuts just a little bit, and it polishes. We use that one for our silver, our yellow, and our white, and we use the red one also for platinum. Does a really nice polish on platinum. And the white Oris we use for silver.
Okay. So this is a rubber wheel he has now, Joel?
Joel's using a silicone knife edge rubber wheel. A lot of times you can do flat areas. Sometimes it's a little wavy if your hand isn't straight.
These
but
guys have steady hands.
yeah, they didn't drink too much coffee, huh? Or Monsters.
Right.
But you can also use that knife edge to do specific cuts in the actual metal itself. It's a really nice tool. And right here he's using like a 320 grit sandpaper.
And those you can rip off as you need, right? Like,
Yep.
I think we've made a couple videos about them where once it's kind of worn off, you just tear it off and then you've got another fresh piece. ready to go.
Absolutely.
That's pretty cool.
Absolutely. That's-
Haven might be done.
I think so.
Oh no, well, I don't think he set a stone yet, and I'm pretty sure he got
Yeah.
a green stone. I'm not 100% sure, but I think he did everything except that last bit. So he's gonna have to put
Okay.
his setting maybe.
Yeah,
to look at
that
it
shouldn't
again.
take long, maybe 30, 40 minutes if he does it.
Well, I saw Carlos was putting his. He had that blue emerald cut maybe.
Was it emerald? Yeah, I think so. That shouldn't take long either. 4 prongs, put it in there, cut it.
Well, and like Brett was saying earlier, that's the scary time, I guess. Whenever you might just
Oh,
push
look,
a little too hard.
he's using a Krause burr.
Okay, so how's that work?
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's using a little Krause burr, probably to put the little indention. I can't really tell. Oh no, he's cleaning up. He's
Okay.
cleaning up the where he was originally setting.
Yeah.
He's cleaning up some of the filings.
Okay. Looks like Alan's cleaning too. Maybe I should move this camera so we can see.
Okay.
Oh, and it looks like they walked away right when I did that.
Yeah.
Okay, let me put that back.
Yeah, it looks like Haven's back at his bench.
Yeah.
It looks like, I think I saw him put his MM wheel in rouge. Is that what he's doing? Or is that a little mini buff? Let's see. Yeah, MM wheel. He's starting his little polish.
They're all getting
He's
pretty
cutting
far
it. He's
along.
cutting his seats right now.
That's what Carlos is
Yep.
doing? Oh yeah. If Haven has a green stone, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to look really nice. I mean, all their stones.
Yeah.
I think all the stones they got are really, really, really fantastic. Probably some of our notable gems, if I had to guess, that we sell.
Yes.
One of the things I talk about all the time about Stuller is that really, if there's anything a jeweler needs, we probably do. I'd be surprised to find out there's something we don't do for a jeweler.
we stock a lot of basic findings and mountings. And if you want it customized, we can send it through our studio department. And then additionally to that, we can always grow you something if you need.
Yeah. And I mean, it goes all the way down from like you want some metal to do all the work yourself, like these guys are.
Absolutely.
To, like you said, growing, casting, setting. We'll send it to a jeweler completely set. It's
Yeah.
very, very impressive. And then, I mean, that's not even scratching the surface because we sell
all kinds of metals,
We sell-
sizing metals,
we sell
diamonds,
packaging and displays.
packaging and displays, absolutely.
The software, like yesterday, we were doing CAD design. Like that's a Gym Vision. That's a Stuller corporation.
That's right. He's already put the stone in.
Yep, Carlos is looking good.
Haven's still polishing his MM wheel.
Oh, and I shouldn't forget to say marketing. That's the department I'm in.
Right.
We do
You better
so,
say that.
I
huh?
better say that. We do so much. All of the images that we take that are in the brochures and catalogs, you know, all the social media that goes out there.
Absolutely.
That's all available for our customers to use, especially if they're part of Stuller First. I'm not trying to be too sales pitchy, but Stuller First, you can get access to all that stuff. I think it's $100 a year, something like that, maybe $200.
You know a little bit about it? What do they give you, or what do you get with it?
I don't know everything about Stuller First, but I know you get a flat rate shipping and you get access.
Oh, if you order a lot, you get a
Yeah.
better shipping deal. That's nice.
Yeah. I think if you go to stuller.com/StullerFirst,
It'll tell you.
It'll tell you. They're going to be like, well, why didn't you say the right things? But this is all just off the top of my head. But we do a lot, and yeah, it's exciting to know whenever we end up helping out jewelers, they can show off product. And, you know, anything we sell, they can sell like it's their own. It's pretty crazy. It's nice.
That's right.
It's a cool business.
That's right. Looks like they're all at the tail end also. Carlos is almost finished setting.
Yeah, they still have 2 hours, so.
Yeah, I told you that setting is pretty quick.
Yeah.
But you got to kind of know what you're doing, you know, so.
Yeah. Well, it would take me a while.
Looks like Joel is doing some cleaning up in the bearing.
But is it strange that Alan had his main stone set for so long? Because he set his a
no.
while ago.
No, I probably would have done the same thing. And the way he's doing it, I believe earlier you mentioned that he was pretty much finished, and
Yeah.
then he's adding more to it at this point. I would have done it the exact same way. Separately from that, it looks like Haven and Carlos did the opposite. They were manipulating, adding metal smithing more on the front end, and then setting on the back end. I mean, there's no wrong way,
Right.
but like I said earlier, I think that each one of them has their own technique and what works for them. You'll see that Alan right now is doing a little bit of touch-up on the inside right here. Haven is still doing a little bit of prep work, I think. And let's see what Joel is doing. Looks like Joel's on the stone setting part right now too. Looks like he's about to set his. Carlos is finishing up. He's probably going to pull his prongs in to hold the stone.
That purple stone really pops, huh?
Yeah, it's beautiful. Amethyst.
Probably not called the purple stone. Probably called something cool like amethyst, right?
Yeah. I think Alan was working on a citrine, if I remember correctly, and that looks like either a blue topaz, possibly, or a sapphire.
Yeah,
one
it's
of the two.
pretty light in color. I guess that I don't know if that's normal.
I think maybe a sapphire is a little lighter, huh?
I'm not certain. These are all coming along real nice.
Very nice.
It's gonna be. Like you said, I'm glad I'm not a judge.
I know.
And do you know what the what the policy is? I want to say after the competition, they can buy the piece if they want to, or maybe at cost. I'm not sure.
I think I heard him say they can buy it at cost, and I believe on the box was the cost of the gemstone, so they would be able to buy it at cost also. In my opinion, I'd probably buy it at cost because I fabricated it. Plus, if I win something, you could put it in your little trophy case, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, just competing,
and
you could say second place or
and
place.
since gold is at about 3,200 probably an ounce right now, 31, 32.
Probably a safe investment.
Yeah, yeah, they're going to be buying it at cost, which is amazing.
Well, and you think about how much it is. Like, just look at the tip of Joel's bench pin there. I wonder how much money is on the tip of Joel's bench pin.
I was thinking earlier. Now I almost told Brett that. I bet you I know why they did all rings. Because they knew they were going to get it at cost.
Oh.
Instead of a pendant.
Well, that's clever.
But that's just me. I could be wrong.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
I wonder where Haven went.
I don't know. Wonder if he's talking to someone again.
He might be at the fire. There's one fire bench that we can't see.
Oh, that one had the Hydroflux?
Yeah. Is that an ET torch? Is that correct? Is that what it's called?
Hydroflux torch? Yeah.
I'm gonna trust you.
Yeah, the other ones you could use propane's natural gas. That's what I grew up on. Hydroflux, I've used it before, but it's really good for like intricate small things, jump rings, really small things. But I like my micro torch.
Yeah, his piece is pretty intricate, so that might be why he's over there. I can't really see. There's a lot of people here. There's a lot of people here between us and everything that's going on. So
gotcha.
We're really just looking at the same thing everybody out there in the internet world is seeing.
Looks like he's using, I can't tell from here, but it looks like a silicone rubber wheel. He's touching it up.
Alan or Carlos?
Carlos.
Oh, okay. Alan's got the MM?
Yes.
I'm learning.
See what Carlos is doing right now? He's putting the definition in it. He's making it more pronounced by doing that.
All right.
You could see that he's prepping specific areas, and then he's probably going to run in the lines to enhance it more for the eye to have a little better depth perception.
Okay.
And then you can really see it nice.
So that's
silicone rubber.
Wheel's cutting some, is that right?
Yeah, it has aluminum oxide in it, and they make it out of silicone. And the sharpness you're able to cut if you need to, or if you hit it at the right angle, you're able to prep with it.
It looks like he's being real careful.
Yeah. It digs and it cuts really easy, so you got to be a little familiar with it.
Just a little bit at a time, yeah.
Yeah. Joel, on the top, he's using a ball burr up there. He's cleaning it up because all these stones are deep bellied, meaning they're heavy at the bottom. So you have to cut out a lot of that bearing in order for them to drop in there versus a regular stone.
Now the ball burr, is there I know we have the Stuller burr. Is that only, does the Stuller have a ball burr? Or do we only have...
They make different size ball burrs. And we have, I think, Bush. We sell Bush and a couple of other brands.
Oh, okay.
So you're able to pick whichever one you want.
The Stuller burr, that's the 45-degree angle burr, the newer one that like Mike and everybody developed. You know about that one?
I know a little bit about it. I think they added more teeth to it so that it wouldn't be so aggressive. And if you ever cut into a prong, sometimes you'll rip and it'll bounce back on you. Well, because they've made them less aggressive, I believe, and more teeth on it, you're able to run it across without it gripping and catching.
Well, and I want to say I talked to Mike. That's Mike Melvin in our R&D department, and he was telling me about how when they were studying these burrs and what they needed to do, they were trying to get them manufactured, and people weren't making them precisely.
That's right.
The teeth weren't all the same once
That's
you
right.
like zoomed in real close.
That's right.
And so they found somewhere that could make it exactly the way they wanted.
That's right.
And so all these burrs, they're perfect. They look, every single teeth,
Yeah.
however you want to call it, is perfect.
Yeah, they
cuts
were
much better.
they were cut to specs. We got a lot of feedback from a lot of jewelers and a lot of our setters upstairs, and we've combined all of that information, and we were able to get someone that was able to cut them for us.
Well, and then those setters upstairs, I mean, the volume that they're working on is incredible. You know that they have to be really, really good at what they do. Because what is it people say? You spend 1,000 hours doing something before you get good at it? And
Yeah.
these people, like, that's, I mean, I don't know how many hours there are in a work year.
Yeah, you work your way up, all the way up to a master setter.
Yeah.
So there's a good bit of master setters upstairs. You start off in prong set, and then you work your way up, and then you eventually start doing all of the harder type work, and the pay is really good. So that is one area that we're really proud of. And actually,
so talented.
Brett is the one that started our stone setting department.
That's right.
Then I went to work for Brett many years ago.
Yeah, he said he was the first stone setter
That's right.
here at Stuller.
I remember when he got hired and he started that department.
Brett's pretty humble about that stuff. He doesn't bring
Yeah.
it up. He doesn't act like he's the OG.
That's right. He's also invented a few things.
I know. I'd love to do a series just talking about all the things that Brett's done to help. I know he did some. There's our trainer Christy
Yeah.
was telling me she trained under him, and he helped to invent some things that helped with like maybe carpal tunnel and stuff, some other stuff. I don't know. She was really just singing his praises all day.
Yeah,
he wasn't there, so
He's a really smart guy. Very intelligent. He went to Paris Junior College and he's been doing it forever. And I went to work for him many, many years ago. And I also worked in R&D, and then I moved over into quality assurance.
I didn't realize you worked in R&D.
Yeah, just for a few years.
It's a cool department. I mean,
Till they figured out I wasn't too smart, so then they moved me over to somewhere else.
I'm sure it wasn't that. People move around a lot here, though.
Yeah.
It's not because you're not smart. It's because they see a way for you to make something else better. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, look at Carlos. That's beautiful. Joel's polishing also right now. Haven's in the process of cutting.
Yeah, I saw he was putting his stone up there.
Yeah.
It's not green. It's something else. It's like a deep purple.
Amethyst?
Maybe. It looked like it kind of be one of those ones where it has two-tone. Tourmaline, maybe?
Tourmaline? Okay.
I could be wrong. Sometimes I hear things and like, yeah, that sounds right.
We'll go with that for now.
Okay.
Look, he's pulling in the prongs now.
Is this a scary part?
Yeah, it is. But you kind of know how much to push. That's why his thumb is on it, and you're able to feel it in your thumb. And as you keep doing that, you're able to tell how much pressure to put on each one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could tell it's not his first set. Oh yeah.
Right.
Look at Haven's stone. It's real pretty.
Yeah, it's
he lucked
very
out
pretty.
with that stone. It's very pretty.
Yeah, it is. Huh?
Even in this camera, which is, you know, gets the job done, but it's not like a beautiful camera, but it's picking up the color great.
Alan's polishing. You're starting to see the luster come out of it.
It looks like Carlos is back on the laser over there.
He is. Yep.
Probably doing some touch-ups. That laser doesn't have an HDMI out, which is why we can't see inside of it. And I think that's the one he prefers to use.
Oh, okay.
So I'd hate for him to.
I wasn't ready for that. Whenever you set that one up, I was like, "What? I didn't know. I didn't know they had that."
I forgot that they had those.
Oh, that's true.
those
You can
lasers.
record with them and have that video in there in case you ever had to send it to someone.
Yeah. Well, and then it's really neat for. I don't know if you. Maybe some jewelers have it to where people can see what their back of store, their jewelers are working on. You know, that's a cool thing to be able to see inside the laser like that.
In our training area, that's how we train, exactly how we have these all set up right here, so that depending on what specific thing they're doing, if they're prepping, if they're engraving, if they're whatever specific thing they're doing, a trainee can come in and visually watch them do it on the TV.
Yeah. Well, and then the cameras that we have, I'm not sure what kind they are, but I could find out. The ones that we're all seeing right here, these four, they're just sort of on like a lamp arm that like extends over the bench, and it's very easy to manipulate. And it just has an HDMI out. You could run it to pretty much any TV probably. But it's very easy to let somebody see what you're doing and see what you're working on. So if there's anybody out there who's interested in live streaming or just letting people who come into your store see what they're doing, these are very easy to use. And they look nice.
That's them right there?
These four cameras that we're seeing right there, that's them. Oh, and look, Joel just cleaned up that stone. It looks beautiful.
Yeah. It does.
Let me go see what those cameras are. I'll be right back.
Okay. Can you zoom out with them? Zoom out a lot? Yeah, it looks like Haven's cutting into the seats right there. About to set his stone also. Razor?
It's a Dazor.
Dazor.
It's a nice camera. The sticker said it was $1350. I'm not sure how up to date that is, so that might not be the price by the time you hear this and look it up. But they're good cameras. Exactly the same price. And you can find it on Stuller.com. Yeah, and all of our tools, you don't have to be a jeweler to buy from us, all of our tools. So anyone in the world can go to Stuller.com and buy any of our tools.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. But if you buy a bunch of jewelry equipment and then become a jeweler, you can then get a Stuller account that lets you
nice.
Buy all of our jewelry.
Yeah.
And sell it yourself.
Nice.
There's so, I mean, you really have to go look it up. Anybody who doesn't know, really dig into the website. There's so many services, there's so many just packages and kits.
Careers.
Careers, yeah. Anything you can think of, you can probably find it on Stuller.
It's a wonderful company.
I think there's over 7 million products on our website. It's pretty crazy.
Looks like Alan is using a mini buff now. This is the last step of polishing.
So that looks similar to me to the MM. Is it just thicker?
This one's a little thicker. It's kind of like a buff in itself, and it just does a high polish. Super high polish.
We do have a bigger buff set up for them, but I guess he's trying to get into those.
It would be
little,
the same thing as that, but this is small, so you could get into the little really tight spots.
Yeah.
So this is more of a prepping, what he's doing.
Carlos?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then this would be more of a polish. And this would be, this is definitely more of a prepping.
Joel, his looks a little different. Looks more like sandpaper.
Yeah, that is a snap-in disc. And what it is usually on one side, it's very coarse. You could get different grits, and it's to be able to prep something in a hard-to-reach area, similarly to a prong, to take it down and prep it versus a rubber wheel. A rubber wheel will kind of round it out versus something like this will make it straight.
Gotcha.
But then you go back with your rubber wheel or a flat rubber wheel to smooth it out, to get it ready for an MM, to get it ready for a mini buff.
So there's always stages.
Yeah. Look at Haven, he's measuring something. Oh, he's measuring his prong heights, making sure he's going to do all of his cuts the same. Professional.
And he's using it to score?
Uh-huh.
That's smart.
Now, don't show a die maker that, or they'll get mad at you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Because it's messing up the tips. Hey, you got to
That's our inside joke in here. Whenever we go, we have Die Strike down there and Metal Fab, and they cringe when we do stuff like that.
You got your tools. You got to do what you got to do.
Right. Stone setting, traditional manufacturing, and the model department all goes by millimeters, and then those guys on that side, they use fractions because they're doing really precise stuff. Metal mold, Die Strike, Metal Fab, all those guys use fractions.
It's all so impressive. It's very impressive to see all that stuff. Yeah, and then for everybody who comes, whenever you come to Stuller, we wine and dine you for sure. Crawfish boil last night.
That's amazing.
But we also give you a tour. I know yesterday they were talking about people come in and they're like, they often compare the facility to Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
It's amazing.
And the tours that we take people on is we go through every department and we say, here's where people draw everything. It's from start to finish everything we do here. And how big is the facility? I know
it's like huge.
1,200 something. That's probably not enough.
I'm not sure.
It's huge.
It's huge. I've seen it grow in 3 or 4 different sections. But definitely the tours will open your eyes, and you'll be able to see everything that we can do for you, offer you, and sell to you.
It's true. And then everything is there's a lot of the walls into a lot of our departments are glass, so you can see.
Yeah.
You can see
very visual.
Working. Yeah.
Very visual.
It's cool.
Very open.
Yeah, and we really want jewelers,
it's a great place to work.
Come in.
Yeah, you feel very comfortable in here. It's not like a prison.
No. It is secure because of all the
precious metal
and stones and
diamonds and everything.
Sure, but it doesn't feel like it is.
Right. We have a nice atrium.
Yeah, there is a very nice atrium. Today's kind of a rainy day, not a great day to go outside, but if you can go outside, get some fresh air.
Yeah, you can always go out there and eat.
Yep.
Hang out, relax.
There's a couple of days a year when it's real nice, and a lot of time when it's real hot. We are in Louisiana.
Yeah.
But if you don't mind the heat, it's a great place to go.
I've been here for many years. I came from Texas, and I've stayed. My dad was in the oil field, and that's how I became to be. An old buddy of mine offered me a job here. It was very, very hard to get a job here. many years ago because it was so private. So you had to know somebody to get in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess it was the same for me. I don't know. I don't know if I'd have known about it if I didn't know somebody here. So
It's a great company to work for, family oriented. I love it. I've been here 37 years, 36 years.
well,
That should tell you.
that's about. I'm not gonna make you feel old. I'm not gonna say how long I've been here, but that's.
You're about
awesome.
37, yeah.
No, I'm not 37, but
Yeah, it looks like Haven's getting ready to set his stone or place a stone inside. Joel's on the tail end.
I don't know where.
Looks like Carlos is cleaning up his.
I'm not sure where
Where's
Alan went.
Yeah. Is Alan working on his, but we just can't see it?
He's buffing. He's at the buffing
Oh, he's
station.
at the buff station?
So that means he's probably. He was
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
far along.
He was at the end. Remember, he was using a mini buff
Yeah.
to go in on the inside, so he's probably doing the outside right now. After that, he's probably going to come and clean it in the Sonic and the steamer, and he's done, unless he has to touch up something else that he missed.
Well, if he wants to, we'll get him to sit down with you.
All right.
We can ask him a couple questions about his piece. They have to clean it so many times, because you can tell, like Joel, he's gonna have to clean it again, obviously, because he's not done. But you see it once it gets cleaned. the
Yeah.
Ultrasonic. Now, some of these stones, you have to be careful with the ultrasonic.
Yeah, some of the different stones can't take heat, and sometimes the ultrasonic is hot, and or you don't want to size a ring that might have a stone that can't take heat. So there's that.
Right.
But as you keep doing this, there's a chart you could look at and see, yeah, this one takes a little bit of heat or it takes a lot of heat, you know.
Haven's bending his prongs, I think.
Oh, he's pulling them in to hold his stone? Yeah.
Those are some interesting looking pliers. To me.
Yeah, there's a little divot in there so that the prong can fall into that divot and you're able to roll it around. And you use the other side as leverage. So you put them on both sides and you're able to pull it over.
That's cool. I mean, there's so much innovation for such a very niche and specific. There's so many different pliers.
Yeah, look, see how he's doing it? He's gonna put it on one side and then he's gonna roll it to pull it over.
Yeah, so Haven.
That is a nice stone.
That's gonna be.
I believe Brett picked it. We should ask Brett what.
I'm not sure he's
stone
back
that is.
from his class yet. He might have seen me and thought he was fired.
We probably should fire him, huh?
Oh, I don't know about that.
No. We'd hire him back.
If you need somebody who doesn't know what they're talking about, I'll stick around.
Sound like you know what you're not talking about.
I just know what I just don't know much, so I'm just gonna keep asking you questions.
You're doing good. You're doing good. Yeah, he's using the mini buff. He's cleaning up the inside right now. He's polishing. Joel is.
Yeah, oh, I see.
You can see that. He's going to give it a nice luster on there. Alan is doing the same thing.
Now,
Where's Carlos at? Oh, he's still MM?
I noticed you and Brett didn't think twice about everybody's hands, but like Joel's a good example of like it looks like his hands hurt. I don't know because that's not what my hands look like. Does that look normal to you? Like that's hands?
Yeah. A lot of times that rouge and stuff will get in your fingers and you have to clean your hands a lot.
Yeah.
And remember earlier you noticed that they keep going up to the Sonic and cleaning and stuff like that? A lot of that is because, for example, I'm just going to tell you some stuff. If you put in boric and alcohol, you want to take off that boric and alcohol. A lot of times you throw it in your pickle. And what we like to do is also clean the part, the whole piece again, so that you start fresh. So once you rubber wheel, if you don't use that much rubber wheel, you don't have to clean it. But if you do, it's all over the place. Similarly to whenever you do use rouge, you want to clean it up. And once you clean it up, you're able to see the piece really nice. And then from there, you're able to look at it with your visor, or you're able to look at it with your microscope, whichever one you want. And then you're able to precisely see everything, because you want it to be top notch.
Yeah, there's Alan cleaning up. Cleaning his hands right now.
Just talking about your hand, not your hand.
Everyone's hands.
Everyone's hand.
How a lot of jewelers have broken fingers and.
We're talking about how your hands are get beat up.
Yeah, we got a little sink over here, and Alan's using it right now. So it's right next to our little video station.
Yeah. Looks like Joel's on the tail end too. They're both using wheels. Pretty soon they'll be using a mini buff and then maybe that big buff again to hit the larger parts.
Aiden looks like he's just about ready to set. He must have decided to switch a couple things up. Oh, what's that he's got there? He's got a little piece of wood.
He's probably just he's pushing the prong over.
Oh, okay. That's a specific tool or just something he picked up?
You could use whatever you want. Whatever works for you. See that tool right there to the right?
The little one that looks
called a prong puller.
Oh.
So depending on what type of prong, you can get it to pull it open if you've gone too far. So you're able to hook it into the prong and pull it, and it pulls it out.
Look, there's Alan cleaning his hands. He couldn't have known we were talking about him.
Yeah.
It must mean he's almost done if he's washing his hands.
Yeah. Yeah. Do they have a box they're going to put it in, or are they just...
I'm not sure. I'm going to try and get him to leave it on the bench so that we can look at it
a
and
nice
talk about
zoom in on it. That way you
Yeah.
could at least see it, or let everybody see his...
And that's the other guy that works at Clarksville Jewelers with him.
Oh, he's helping him.
Yeah.
Giving him some advice?
Yeah. He competed yesterday in the CAD competition.
Okay.
They both competed against each other in the parts and pieces last year. It was pretty impressive. And Alan ended up winning last year. So Alan's our incumbent.
I got you.
Champion.
I got you. Yeah, he's still doing a little touch-up polish.
I think Joel's on our bigger buff station, kind of out of the way.
You know what we might consider, Brandon, is after they finish, or through or during, we should have each one of them possibly come up here and give us their take on their ring and how they felt, if they had a little trouble with something, or they felt comfortable with it, and
I think that's a great idea.
That might be something we could consider. I think it'd be a nice perspective coming from them. You know?
I definitely agree. I think as long as they want to. Some of them.
Yeah, sure.
Sometimes people aren't excited about doing this.
I get it.
You've been a great sport doing this.
Thank you.
And then you've had so much insight. I think this has been a really interesting live stream. It looks like Alan's got a way about him that looks like he's done.
Okay.
I might go try and see if he wants to talk.
All right.
I'll be right back.
You got it. Looks like Carlos is still working on his. Looks like Alan's checking his again. He's doing a little more polishing again.
He's got time. He might as well try.
Remember earlier I said sometimes they'll clean their hands and then have to go look at it again under the microscope?
Yeah.
You do that because then you get another perspective again. You turn it around and you look at it in the light, and then you're able to see some imperfections. And then, okay, now I'm going to go after those.
Yeah, now that it's clean,
Yeah.
little things pop out.
And I actually clean my hands like he does when I do something like that, because
Makes
that
sense.
rouge can scratch. And right now you're at the polishing phase.
Yeah.
So it's just little tricks. And you learn that through experience.
It's like both Haven and Alan are cleaning. Oh,
Where is Haven?
he's right here by the clean.
Oh, there they are. Okay, yeah.
I know. I talked to Haven earlier. That's Haven right there. He said he would definitely come talk to us.
Nice.
So, yeah, this is his first time here. He was saying how much fun it was and how excited he was to participate and how cool it was. So,
Nice.
not to put words in his mouth, I think he'll probably say it again for us. But yeah, so he was pretty excited. So,
All of these guys are so talented. You know what I'd like to see is I'd like to see more girls in here, more jewelers, more girls that do jewelry.
you know, I want to say last year or the year before, we had a girl that came from Australia and ended up getting sick. But she
Oh,
couldn't
bummer.
Do it. It was unfortunate. Can't remember her name off the top of my head right now. But. And then I think another time there was a student that was like, I'll try, because we had an open slot. It's like somebody ended up dropping out, so they jumped in. And it was a girl student. She did a really good job. But she won. I don't know. I have a terrible memory, so.
Nice. I saw Joel. Joel was using that right there. It looks like a little polishing tool, polishing wheel. Brett did tell me that they could bring their own tools if they want, and I didn't know that.
Oh, okay.
I thought they had to use everything here, but he said if you have some specific tools that you use, you could bring them.
Yeah, yesterday, one of the CAD guys brought his own, they called it a space mouse, which I'd never heard of before. And it's like, instead of using your mouse hand, you have another, your other hand has like a thing where you're controlling things.
Oh, okay.
Look, looks like Alan's done. I'm gonna go set that up for him and ask him to come talk to you.
Okay. Hey, Alan. Hi, I'm Ricky Williams. Nice to meet you. Get your headphones on. I wanted to see if I could ask you some questions and your perspective of when you started and what you picked, your pros and cons of how it went. Were you in trouble at some point, or you just took it easy? You knew what you wanted, had to think about what you wanted to design in your own words?
When I opened the box, my first thought was I'm screwed because I had it in my mind that I was going to do some sort of a bypass shank
Okay.
ring. And so I saw that and I was like, real? That looks like a pendant. And I think it would have made a lot more sense to make a pendant with that stone. But I was coming up with ideas, and I had lots of ideas for a ring, and wasn't really finding anything down there for a pendant. So I was like, well, let's just do what I'm feeling comfortable with right now. And
By the way, it looks beautiful.
thank you. Yeah, setting the center stone was probably the low point. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Okay.
I saw you had to do a little undercutting right there, and then on the front you had to keep going, and then I saw you
More than a little. That bezel is barely enough height to drop that stone down in there. So, ideally, the bezel on the rounded end would be a little bit thicker than it is. I mean, it's very secure. Ideally, I'd like to have a little bit thicker, but I just didn't have the height. So, you know, it is what it is. But I was pleasantly surprised to find the yellow sapphires. Kind of went with the citrine. So.
Nice touch with the leaf. Was that a leaf?
Yeah. There's some little leaf components in there I thought worked pretty good.
Very nice work. Very nice. We originally thought, Brett and I, he was here earlier, we thought you were making a pendant too. And then after I was like, man, that's impressive. He went and did a ring. Actually, most everyone here did a ring. I thought somebody else was going to do like a pendant or something.
There were two there were two pendants last year. So, you know.
I think it's beautiful. I think you did an amazing job on it.
Appreciate it.
I'm glad I'm not a judge.
Hey, you know, you can't see the diamonds on the bottom of the bezel. You know, you could drop it sideways. It's fine. Everybody saw it.
I got you. But it's definitely a nice touch. Brandon and I were talking about that. Very beautiful.
Appreciate it.
Yep. And you feel comfortable with it? You feel you did good?
I'm pretty happy with
best?
it. I mean, it's not, you know, I'm not going to say it's my best piece that I've ever made, but I'm happy with it. What I had to work with,
within the
I think
time
I pulled it
constraints.
off. Yeah, and I'm happy that I pulled it off not at the last minute, because last year I was, like, there were 5 minutes on the clock when
I heard
was
you
putting
won
it.
last year, though.
I did, but yeah, I was down to the wire, so
nice.
I feel more comfortable this year.
Yeah. Every year it'll probably get easier, more easy. Well, we appreciate you. Any last words, parting?
Well, I mean, I'm mostly ready to go get a bite to eat and some water and kind of chill out for a little bit.
Right?
But no, it was awesome. I was really impressed. Everybody is turning out amazing pieces today. You know, last year it was like there was one guy that dipped out halfway through because he had to catch his flight, but like everybody is on point today. Carlos on the right is doing some amazing fabrication.
I saw he was folding some metal.
He's an artist. I mean, so he actually, you'll probably interview him, but he did like metal sculptures. He was showing me yesterday. Super, super, super cool guy. So he definitely pulled the metal sculpture trick out of his sleeve. Did some super cool work. So everybody made a cool piece.
All of you did something unique. I can say that.
Yeah.
Haven did a bunch of leaf patterns on his. Joel did a bunch of gypsy set the head nice. It was amazing.
Yeah, I was pleased and impressed with everybody else. So
yeah, awesome. Well, I appreciate it, Alan.
Yeah, no
coming up here and talking to us.
Well, thank you.
Appreciate it. Good.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck. Looks like Haven's also finished up right here from Perry's Diamonds. He also has a beautiful ring that he made. I believe I'm going to be interviewing Haven real quick. Yeah, we're going to interview Haven real quick. Hey, Haven.
How's
I'm
it
Richard
going?
Williams.
Nice to meet you.
Good, good. I was looking at your ring, and it's absolutely beautiful.
Thank you.
Absolutely beautiful. And I wanted to pick your brain from the beginning of this. Some pros and some cons. What was difficult, what was not difficult, what you thought of the pieces that you got, the mystery box. Were you a little worried at some point, or you just took it by pace, little by little, from experience, or in your own words, how did you feel?
So for me, I want to say that the biggest challenge that I had going into this is that, and this is probably similar for just about everybody that was in the competition, is that those weren't my tools. So, like some of the things when I was stone setting, using not having prong pushers to actually push those prongs in that I'm used to having, or the handmade tools that I've made for the Graver Max to be able to really smush those prongs down. Even down to the stone that's in the middle. It's a stone, I know the stone, but I've never used it before, so I don't know how far I can push that particular thing.
It's funny you say that, because I was telling Brett, my bench is customized for me at home or here at work.
Yeah.
And when I go to somebody else's bench, I'm like, okay, that's not where I want it. I don't even know what that is. What's going on here?
Yeah.
So I have to figure it all out, modify it to myself, and it's worse if you're a lefty.
Yeah, because then,
Right on. So I get that, and I get what you were talking about. And what was the other thing you were saying was a little difficult?
The stone. So that's it's called laser yag. This one in particular is a Christmas laser yag, so it's got that green and that red undertones. But I've never used that stone before. It's actually the first time that I've seen it in person. I've heard about it, but
so you
I don't
know if it was hard or not, or
yeah,
if
I
it
don't
break, or you can't even put heat to it or not.
I have no idea anything about it. So I was like, I'm gonna be as careful as humanly possible for this little guy.
Smart.
Especially in a white gold head too. I probably should have went with the yellow. I like the white in there, but
it looks absolutely beautiful. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
And, for me, I wanted to do something that was a little bit different than what I'm used to doing at work. So I went and got a BFA in jewelry, so really using some of that art background that I have and applying that in something that I don't get to do at work all that often. So there's actually a crown that is almost exactly the same leaf style that I've used for a lot of pieces in the past on my own time. And so, being able to do that more hand fabrication side with these parts was a lot of fun for me.
What a beautiful touch, how the leaves come around it to cover it. That's beautiful. Very smart.
Thank you.
Ingenious. I love it. I love it.
Not bad for a guy with only 3.5 years of experience,
No, that's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, that's really good. That's really good. And knowing all those little intricacies about the stone, it's very careful.
Yeah. Stone setting is one of the things that I really love doing. Getting my hands on this stone. When I opened up the little box and I saw it I was like, yeah, I'm keeping this stone, because I knew we had the opportunity to trade it with the other people on the floor, but no, I was going to keep that one.
That is a beautiful stone. I was asking Brett about it earlier, and he was telling me a little bit about it. Where is Perry's Diamond located, by the way?
Perry's is located in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay.
Family-owned business. It went from the father to his daughter. Hadley Perry is now the CEO of the company. Around 40 people work for the whole company as a whole.
Wow.
We mostly deal in estate jewelry. So a lot of the times that we'll buy jewelry from people that had family pass away, or they're just trying to get rid of some stuff. Especially with the price of gold right now, people are really selling a lot. But it puts me in a unique position. It's one of the reasons why I took the job with Perry's, was that I get to work with pieces that are a lot older than what you'd have in a traditional jewelry store. So I've already repaired 3 or 4 diamond pendants from the 1700s.
That's beautiful. I love old jewelry like that. Isn't it intriguing?
My old boss said it's when
Yeah.
my old boss said it's back when time didn't cost money. So it's done to the best of the master's goldsmith's ability, and it's you can see it every time.
Some beautiful stuff too. Yeah, I agree. In closing, you have any tough spots you had other than what you were saying earlier?
You know, we had access to.
I'm sorry, I just thought of something. I remember Brett was telling me, to your point earlier about the desk, he was telling, because I asked him, I'm like, do they get to even bring their own tools or anything like that? And
Nope.
he said yes.
Do we?
Yeah, he said you could bring your own tools if you want. And I was like, oh, well,
that would have made it a lot. Yeah,
that's why I was thinking
next
about
year.
you. I was thinking about you. Well, we could ask him again whenever he's out there, but he told me yes, unless I misunderstood him.
I heard a rumor that some guy did it last year. I wasn't here last year to see it, but they said that like it was like a big thing with security, because like all the tools here getting it, like there was a big kerfuffle about all that. So I don't know what the rules officially are on that, but you know,
I believe Brett is in charge of this one. So
yeah,
if he does it again next year, we'll talk to him and see, because we might be able to swing something.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Yeah, sure.
Might scare the TSA guys, but
oh yeah. I've flown to Mexico before, and they've stopped me because I had some calipers and some stuff. They're like, "What are you doing with this?" We check stones. We're not doing anything wrong.
Yeah, it's not scary, I promise.
What's the ring mandrel for?
Not a billy club, I promise.
Right. That's great. Everybody was so nice. All of you guys were very professional. It looks like y'all were talking to each other, working together, even though you all are battling.
Yeah, I mean, that's
amazing.
Listen, the entire time that I've been here, everybody has been super friendly. We've all exchanged stories. We've all been able to, like, it's an amazing thing to have this amount of jewelers in the same room and be able to just have a conversation. Lunchtime has actually been one of my favorite parts of this trip, because you just sit down and people are like, "Can I sit here?" And we're like, "Yeah." Start sharing stories. You know, it's a really unique opportunity. I would recommend it to anybody.
Nice. Well, I wish you good luck. And I was telling Brett, I'm glad I'm not the judge. You guys did some beautiful pieces here.
Yeah,
all of you did.
I'm really excited. It's been really awesome to be here and meet all these crazy people and see everything, because I was in the CAD competition yesterday.
Nice.
And even that by itself was just a unique experience.
Well, I've been here 36 years, and I'll tell you, man, for being a jeweler for 3 years, top notch.
Thank you.
Very impressed.
Thank you. Yeah, hopefully we'll keep building the skills and keep getting better and better and better, you know?
I thought I heard you say you might be coming next year again.
I want to. Nice. Hopefully the store will send me out. If not, maybe I'll take some vacation time. They'll let me.
Of course. We'll show you around.
Yeah, because like my family's actually my dad's side of the family's from Lafayette. My grandparents met here and then had kids, and then they moved to Charlotte. But they were like, "You got to go here, you got to go there," and I'm like, "I don't think you understand. I have such a they got us jam packed. They're giving us free food."
It is nice. It's nice to come here. A lot of camaraderie. Everybody's so nice. It's something special here that we have.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely hope to be back next year.
Okay. Well, any closing thoughts on it, or anything we could improve on this?
You know, the only thing that I wish that I really had today was laser wire, because like the lasers are awesome. The one that's in the corner over there, I think it's called Orion.
Orion, yeah.
That is the nicest laser that I have ever used.
Huh?
It was super nice, but not having the laser wire to actually complete the job with the laser machine, that's like the only thing that I would really ask for, because I did they're gonna get me on the judges on this one. But I cracked one of the white gold prongs. You can't see it from this angle, so it looks good right now.
Well, they might miss it.
Hopefully. But I definitely did crack one of them, so it's hanging on by a thread. If I had white gold laser wire, I could have tacked it back in place, but I'm not messing with that.
Did they not give y'all laser wire? Is that?
I didn't see any. No.
Hey, Brandon, just for me to know, do you know if they have laser wire over there? You don't know?
They didn't yesterday.
They didn't? Okay.
Because they're not even using gold or silver over there. They're using stainless steel as test pieces. So
I'll ask Brett. Maybe it was part of it.
And it just went away. But either way, that was the only thing that I would have wanted. But other than that, blast. I mean, I got to try out the hydrogen torch for the first time.
Oh yeah, that's the Hydroflux.
Yeah, that thing's cool.
It is.
And
I've used that for intricate little things, especially like for like super small drum rings, like really small stuff.
Yeah.
Repairing really small melee prongs. You can really do some really nice stuff with that. But I'm an old my Hokey. We used to use Hokies many years ago.
Yeah.
Hokey torches. I use a micro torch at this point.
Yeah. I used the micro torch at work, and at school we learned on the big silversmith torches with the acetylene tanks.
Yeah.
Those things are huge, but you get really good at heat control real fast. Because if you don't,
a lot to anneal, a lot to cast with those.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been an absolute blast being able to try out all of the equipment, see what's new, see what's I can talk to the store and see what we're gonna get in the future. It's like the micro motors, we still use the flex shafts. I know a lot of people love the flex shafts, but a lot of people are moving to the micro motors now.
The Fordham 30?
Yeah. I use, what's it called?
Old school ones, yeah.
I use the, it's a big gray box. It's called like Power X or something like that. It's got a micro motor and a hand hammer all built into the same machine, no air compressor needed. There's one for sale over in the discount tool area.
Is that what you use? Yeah.
I love that machine.
Yeah.
It is the best.
Nice. I'm not positive about what you're talking about. I have to go see it and then it'd probably remind me, but I'm happy for you, man. It looks like you did an amazing job here.
Yeah, this is an incredible lineup.
Hey,
everybody had a little bit of a different style the whole way through.
Yeah, everybody had their own artisan outlook on everything, and I really like how you scalloped those leaves around. It's killer, man.
It was a ton of fun.
Very impressed.
Thank you.
And that stone.
Yeah, you need to go see it in person.
Brandon, he was telling me about the stone. He didn't know if you could put heat to it. He was scared because of the hardness. Also, you put too much, it'll snap it or cleave it, and he was worried about all that stuff. He did an amazing job.
Thank you. Are they? Okay, good. Are they in like the ruby family? Do we know at all? Well, I know, yeah. Are they? Gotcha, okay, yeah. Because I know a lot of lasers, they use rubies, like a synthetic ruby to go through that. So I didn't know if that was in the same family or not. Garnet, okay, gotcha.
Yttrium aluminum garnet.
Gotcha, that's what it stands for. Yeah, I had no idea.
Isn't that crazy? But it's beautiful.
You should go see it in person when you get a chance, because it looks completely different in person. Because you get a lot more of that color, reflection that I was talking about, that Christmas tree aspect that really shines through.
Nice.
It's a beautiful, beautiful gemstone.
Nice. Okay, well, in closing, anything you want to say?
I think that's it for me. An absolute pleasure.
My pleasure's mine, Heaven. This is amazing. I appreciate it, and thank you. And I'll see you around.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
I have a question I want to ask you.
Yeah.
After this.
Sounds good, yeah.
Very nice.
I'm going to go get Joel.
Joel or Carlos, yeah.
Yes, here you go.
Oh, the hot seat.
You have to sit down, Joel. Yeah, the hot seat.
Just talk real close to the mic.
Okay.
First of all, I'm glad I'm not a judge. Second of all, beautiful, beautiful piece right there.
Thank you.
I saw you were gypsy setting. I saw a lot of work, two-tone on it. Tell me the pros and cons. Tell me what stumped you. Tell me what was going through your mind when you were doing this. What made you want to make it a ring? I noticed all of y'all made rings. I believe it was Alan was saying at first he wanted to make a pendant, but then he went with the ring because of what he had. Tell me about it in your own words, how you felt and what happened.
There's a lot of good questions. You struggle with what you want to do.
Absolutely.
I initially started with a pendant, went back to the ring, went back to the pendant, and it's a little intimidating. You've got some young blood up there, and they want to show you what you can do. And I love that. That's great. I just went old school. I went.
It looks beautiful.
Yeah, the burnish setting, the gypsy. That's what I learned how. Bezel and that was what I learned on. So I just thought to myself, you know what? Go with what you know.
Right on.
And go with simple, what you've done for forever. The first diamond on the left there, you may not see it in the picture there, but there is a yellow bezel flush. It gave a little extra color to it.
I do see it.
It's a little hard to see in that picture.
That's what Brett and I were trying to figure out. We were like, why is he only doing one? What's going on right there? So at first we were trying to figure it out. And now that you say that, I was like, that's why he did that.
Yeah. It's a little accent color.
Nice.
If you rhodium it, obviously, it's going to pop a little bit more. And the accent piece on the left, the yellow strip, just by accident. I wanted something, obviously, it needed something else. I originally, on the side there's some scroll work. I just took some wire, twisted wire, and added it to the side. And I only did it on the one side there. I abandoned it, and then I started back in with it again. And it gives a little more color, gives a little more something, on the side. The other part is the wearability. That's the biggest part. This is going home, and the wife's going to wear it. So that's also something in the back of my head. And I've always done that.
You did good.
I've always done that on every piece that I do. And I say to myself, would my wife wear this?
There it is.
Yeah. So you see it good. And again, if you could rhodium
twist
that.
wire, you twisted it?
Yeah, I used what was there, but I had to modify it a little bit just because it wasn't working as well.
I was extremely impressed when you were soldering the head freehand. I was telling Brett, man, that is tough what he's doing right there.
It's just years of doing it.
And then you got it. I was like front to back, side to side, top view, perfect.
Yeah,
I love it.
I appreciate that.
That's really impressive. It shows your skill. It's very, very nice.
The finish takes everything, You can polish a turd and it'll look good, but
I get it.
You take the time to put effort into it, even with the burnishing or the gypsy set, the perfect circles is
very nice work.
That's the attention to detail.
Yep.
So may not be fancy, but the detail for me is what it's all about.
I love it.
Thank you.
In closing, anything you wanna say? I noticed a lot of y'all had a lot of camaraderie, even though y'all were battling against each other.
Sure.
Y'all were all with each other and helped each other out.
Yeah, it's when my first time here, and I kind of jumped into doing the competitions, and today I wasn't planning on doing it. They had somebody drop out, and
so
Mike had walked by,
and said,
and yeah, he's like, "Do you want to do it?" And I said, "Yeah, sure, why not? I'm not doing anything, And I wasn't preparing for it or whatever. So maybe that helped me, maybe that hurt me. I don't know, But
I don't think it hurt. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
I love it.
I appreciate it.
Beautiful. Good.
Okay. Good for me.
Is that it? How about it, Brandon? Isn't this amazing right here?
All of them are really impressive. You guys are really.
Yeah. There's some young blood, and I think I'm the oldest.
I
the
love
oldest
that
out of the
two-tone.
group, and it's nice to see.
It's nice that you jumped in there.
Well, like I said, hey, you know, you got to experience it, right?
Yeah,
you know,
you did
it. You've got to see what it's all about. I don't want to go home and be like, you know, I should have done that.
And you get to bring it home.
Oh yeah, my wife's already been texting me, and she's listening now. So she's the kids, and this has been great because
Nice.
the kids have been watching, and my wife have been watching and boosting me along the way, and you know, it's just nice. And they, like my wife said, she's been watching this the whole day. She didn't get anything done. So
Nice.
And
Nice.
you know, I get it. I'm part of the family, but it was fun.
I love the two-tone. And that little extra accent you put in on the back or on the side.
Yeah, on the side.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's just a
the
little
little
something
twist.
extra.
Yeah, I
just,
love it.
Just I thought about doing more stones, and I just wanted to keep it simple.
Beautiful. Thank
Appreciate
you so
it.
much, Joel. I
Yep.
appreciate it.
All right.
Good interview.
Thank you.
nice. Really nice work, man. Who's next? Carlos.
Yeah, so I'm going to try and go find Carlos. But while I do that, I'm going to play a little video of some of the people that were here. We were filming the whole time, so we were putting together some extra little things for people to look at. So I'm going to play that, and I'll be right back.
4 or 5 minutes.
This is my first time at Stuller, and this is the Disney World for jewelers. Well, I had very high expectations. You can ask my friends on the way down. I was counting the minutes. Guys were 50 minutes away, guys were 40 minutes away. And they've met every single expectation. Everyone here is so welcoming, and I've learned so much. I mean, just meeting Sam Alfano, we watch his videos in our library at school. And just meeting everyone here has been so, I'm starstruck. The welders, the laser welders and the arc welders, it's been so fun. And one of my classmates brought up chain repair, how game-changing that is for our chain repair. I love it so much. The competitions are very exciting. I've actually had a couple classmates be in the competitions, and they look a little nervous while they're doing it, but everyone seems to be really excited, and everybody's just, they've got their head in the game. It's really exciting to see. I love crawfish boils. I think it's a lot of fun. Everyone always comments on how the music's loud, and I'm like, it's supposed to be loud. It's for the vibes. It was a lot of fun. Everyone was laughing. Everyone was just kind of joking around. It was definitely, everyone took off their coats kind of thing and just laid back, and it was just a lot of fun. I would say do everything in your power to go. It's, like I said, it's a lot of fun, but just the people that you meet and the things that you get to see are worth the experience. And you get to enter a raffle for a free bench. How amazing is that?
Okay, we're here with the last jeweler, Carlos Rodriguez. I wanted to talk to you real quick, and I wanted to see if you could give us your take on the whole event itself and the piece that you got, the mystery box, how it came to you. I noticed you were thinking for a little while what you wanted to do with the design, and how you felt about it as you were going the pros and cons, and how you felt about the whole thing as you were doing it, and was the time enough time? Apparently it was.
Thank you so much for for having me here. I'm happy with very happy with what I accomplished in there. The time when I first got the box was kind of weird. I didn't want to make something. I want to make something different. I don't want to make something with findings or anything like that. So adjusting that to the idea that I was contemplating to do. It took me a minute there to realize what I wanted to do.
Okay.
But then,
as I was looking, most everyone did a ring. I was asking others the same thing about the findings. How come nobody made a finding? And everybody pretty much said what you were saying. You felt more compelled to do a mounting.
Yeah, it's a good time. We jewelers, I don't think we get to do free work. I mean, like free design, like when whatever we want to do. So, and it was a really good opportunity for us to express our art and be able to do whatever we want without having a client that wants something, this or that. It was just pretty much inspiration work for us, and I think it's great.
Tell me about a little bit about the fabrication that you were doing, how you wrapped it around, and it looked like a tube, and then you wrapped it around and you soldered it.
Yep.
I've seen them soldered before, but I noticed you were lasering a lot of it.
Yes, so basically I didn't want a round. I wanted a piece that it was tapered. I didn't want a full-size tube, so I had to make my own tube that it was like a cone, pretty much. Thinner on the tip, thicker at the bottom. I did sculptures before, metal sculptures, so I kind of like familiar with the work with the metals. And these, it's something that I use a lot when I did the sculptures, and I kind of wanted to do something fun and different. The tubing is complicated to do. Once you learn how to do it, it's no big deal. But I did try to solder with a regular solder, but it was so thin that it was giving me some issues. So I decided to go to the laser and do a full laser solder. It's going to be quicker. And we had time, on the other hand, that we had a time frame that we needed to meet, so I didn't want to take too much.
Right. It looks beautiful.
Thank you.
I love how it comes around, and all of the different patterns that you made. You've overlapped some of them. Mm-hmm. I saw it took a lot of detail. I saw you coming in, cleaning it up with a knife edge rubber wheel, a lot of laser work.
Yeah.
But the outcome was absolutely beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
How about the stone? Good
stone. I love it. An aquamarine. That's why I did some kind of like wave movements on the gallery to represent, like the water or ocean, just to kind of like give it an idea. And I want it to be open at the bottom too, so light can, travel through the piece and have a better reflection for the stone. I love aquamarines. It's one of my favorite stones.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
And yeah, it was a tough shape to do something, but I think I pull it out decently.
I agree. I wouldn't want to be a judge. Other than that, any pros and cons? This looks absolutely beautiful right here.
Thank you.
Absolutely beautiful.
No, I think everything's good. I think it was great experience, and really fun.
Nice.
So we have fun.
And y'all were all battling each other, but y'all had camaraderie too.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's no reason to.
Y'all weren't messing each other up like, let me take his tool or whatever.
Yeah, no, it's not. There's no reason to be. It's a competition, but it's nothing like crazy.
I know. Look at this. Isn't that beautiful?
They're beautiful.
All of y'all did.
Yeah.
A beautiful artistry. This is beautiful.
Thank you.
I can't.
Yeah, everybody did a great job. So let's see what happens.
Yeah. Now it's up to the judges, I guess.
Yeah,
I'm glad
I'm really happy with everything, and whoever wins, best luck to everybody. And
well, thank you, Carlos. Good luck.
Thank you.
And top notch.
Thank
beautiful.
you. Thanks.
Beautiful. Yep. Thank you so much.
Hey everybody, the bar is now open.
Yeah, so very cool to hear from all of them. They have so much insight into everything.
Yeah, so now we wait, right, for the judges to...
Yeah, so tonight they announced the winners at the dinner.
Oh, they do? They don't do it here?
No, yeah, the winners are announced at the dinner. And if you want to see that, you can follow the Stuller Bench Jeweler Instagram account. which there's a QR code on the screen. It's an easy way to get to it, and they're gonna post the videos once the winners are announced.
Nice.
But I mean, everybody did such a good job. Like you said, I wouldn't want to be a judge. Everybody's a winner for this, I think, because just the experience.
Yeah.
The thing
looks like they all had fun. They all enjoyed it.
They sure did. It was really fantastic to watch them. What's it been? 6 hours, and
they all got it done in like 5 hours.
That sheer act of creation, it was just an awesome thing to watch.
Yeah, I struggle with that, the creative part. But once I do it, I'm really good at making it happen. It's my creative part that I don't know what to do.
Well,
kind of like you, I have to have something, and then it's like, okay, now I have to think about it. Now let me do it. Then it gets done.
Well, I always say there's some old quote that's like it's just something about you can spend 5 hours cutting down a tree, or you can spend 1 hour sharpening your axe.
True.
Something like that. So
it makes sense. It makes sense.
I like to think about what I'm going to do before I do it, and then
right on.
Jump in with a plan of attack. So that's me sharpening my axe.
Right on.
But yeah.
So what's next after this, Brandon? Are they going to have something else that happens right now, or are we just a little ahead of schedule?
We're just a little ahead of schedule, and we'll probably go ahead and let the stream end in a few minutes. I don't know if Brett wants to come back and chat about how he thinks everything went.
I saw him walking around.
He was probably glad to be let free.
Okay.
But I might hunt him down anyway.
Sure.
Just because I'd like to hear his thoughts on everything. But the pieces are so nice. I mean,
yeah, they're beautiful. I like how you put them on the bench like that, and the lighting is the way it's hitting it.
Yeah, that's some of our tricks. I mean, it's not too much, but I just folded up a piece of paper, and you can see it in
That's why they pay you the big bucks. I get it.
Well, innovation. And
it's kind of like I have my own little tricks.
Oh,
you
yeah.
got your own tricks too.
Well, jewelry is very hard to photograph and film because it's basically glass and mirrors, which are the two hardest things I can think to try and film.
Right.
Let me go see if I can find Brett real quick.
Okay.
And then we'll wrap it up.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave you with the view of the showroom floor.
Sure. What a great experience. I enjoyed this. Being able to commentate with all four of these jewelers. They're amazing artisans.
Well, I couldn't find him.
Okay.
That's all right. I'm sure he would have been very impressed, and he is very impressed. He's a busy man. All right. Well, thank you for doing this today, Ricky. I'm glad I got to join you.
No problem. I really enjoyed this. This was nice. At first, I was a little sketchy, and now I feel very comfortable.
Well, you did a great job.
Thank you.
And for everybody out there still listening, thank you for tuning in. And make sure to tune in tonight to the Stuller Instagram so we can let you know who wins. Anyway, try to come out next year also if you were unable to attend. It's really something to see.
We'll be here, Brandon and I.
Yep.
Hopefully, commentating again and doing videos.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Take care. Thank you.